Good morning, members. The committee is resumed on the Investment New Zealand Bill. When we were considering the bill last night, we had just concluded the debate on Part 2. We therefore come to our final debate, Clauses 1 and 2, which is the title and commencement.
Madam Chair.
I call the Honourable Dr Deborah Russell.
Madam Chair, this bill is named the Invest New Zealand Bill, which I suppose that's partly what this bill is trying to achieve. But I just wonder if a better title for it might be the Sell New Zealand Bill. It's here to encourage people to come into this country and to buy up our resources. And to buy them up, not to the benefit of New Zealanders. We tried to put that into the bill last night in various stages, that the purpose might include ensuring that New Zealanders are better off. But in fact, this is all just about selling New Zealand overseas. Now, of course, we want people to come here and enjoy our tourism, enjoy our hospitality, enjoy some of the fine things this country has to offer. But let's not forget that the purpose of this bill is to bring foreign money in, and when we bring foreign money in, people don't do it because they have a warm, fuzzy feeling about doing it. They don't do it just for the larks and the jollies. They actually want to get a return out of it. They are doing it because, now there's nothing wrong with getting a return. No one minds that. But we have to ask ourselves, why are we trying to send those investment returns offshore to people who live overseas when we actually have some perfectly good sources of capital here in New Zealand ourselves? So, we've, over many, many years, thanks to the foresight of Sir Michael Cullen, we've at last managed to build up a bit of an investment pool in our KiwiSaver funds. Why are we not developing mechanisms to ensure that our KiwiSaver funds can invest in New Zealand? Why are we not trying to develop mechanisms to ensure that New Zealanders themselves can invest in New Zealand? Why are we not trying to ensure that people have decent wages and decent income so that New Zealanders themselves can invest in New Zealand? So this is not actually about New Zealanders investing in New Zealand. This is about New Zealanders selling our country off to foreign investors and foreign investors who want to return. So I'm going to suggest, Madam Chair, that instead of calling this the Invest New Zealand Bill, we should be calling this the Sell New Zealand Bill. That would be a much more accurate description of what this bill actually sets out to do. I invite this House to consider that. If we weren't going to call it the Sell New Zealand Bill, I have another suggestion to offer here, which is and it goes to some of the issues around which we alluded to last night, around this bill's rather naive hope that we might develop collaborations around science after we've thoroughly decimated our science sector. So we could call it the Living in Hope Bill, but not actually having a real plan. The Living in Hope but not having a real plan bill. You see, in order to get something going like serious science collaboration across countries, across sectors, across the world, probably need to have a decent science system at home. And we've had a really good science system. We've had dedicated scientists. We've had people who research and do this, and because it thoroughly interests them. But in the last year or so, we have just slapped those people in the face, told them that we don't value science anymore, totally undermined the institutions, walked away from our science in both our universities and in our science research institutions. And yet somehow this government thinks that then overseas investors, overseas research institutions, having seen the way we've treated our own scientists, will actually turn around and decide that they should come and collaborate with us. So a rather more accurate name for this bill might be I can't remember what I said though, something around the naive hopes for not actually having the reality to back it up. And I think that's characteristic of this government. So this bill would be a much more accurately named bill if we reflected what this government is doing, saying something in the hope that just by saying it over and over again, it will actually happen, but in the meantime, undermining the reality. So I propose those different names for this bill.
Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know there'll be many people out there watching. They've probably waited up and been by their TVs to tune in and follow this bill, and they'll be really interested in the title. There might be others who not. But the point is, it is actually quite critical. And as my colleague has said, it could be named in different ways. There are two questions I have of the Minister, really. It's why not call it Buy New Zealand 2025? Because clearly the fairly blunt and crude way that this bill is being constructed, with few, if any, qualifications on what kind of investment we will be getting into New Zealand, then why not just call it the Buy New Zealand bill? And then the question, it's 2025. So why this year? Why not push it out for a year and provide the business community, provide New Zealanders, parliamentarians, a greater opportunity to look at this bill and see the implications of it? Because as I've said previously in this debate, we have $575 billion worth of investment in our country already. It's foreign investment in New Zealand, and a lot of it is valuable, but not all of it. Not all of it. And I think being able to differentiate between good foreign investment and bad foreign investment is critical. That's why we have the Overseas Investment Office. But actually, if you constrain them or you flood them, then you limit their ability to work out what is good and bad investment. There's a philosophical issue as well, that if you bring in money just to inflate asset values, but not drive any further productivity across our economy, it further drives us back, because there is a lot of money out around the world, and in spite of the government saying that it has to set up this real estate agency at a cost of $54 million a year, good investment, I think, finds its way to New Zealand anyway, and with the good work of New Zealand Trade and Enterprise. So I think the Invest New Zealand Act 2025, which is the title which we're currently debating, is somewhat unhelpful, if not misleading, because we could end up with a flood of investment that simply buys our valuable assets and our productivity, and the Minister and the Chair there might think, well, he's okay, and the Māori people and the Māori interests who he represents are okay because they're protected and sensible. The same doesn't apply to the rest of the assets across New Zealand, many of which are already owned by overseas people and may be flicked on to other overseas people through this initiative, and it put us in a worse position in terms of productivity. So the question is, why not have this bill called either, one, Buy New Zealand 2025, or we could call the bill the Invest New Zealand Act and make it 2026, and provide this House and the rest of the country with another 12 months to look at arguably what is one of the most critical things. The members go on about trade. As former Trade Minister, I know what we have done is negotiated increasing the thresholds to allow more investment into New Zealand, all with qualifications. And when we negotiate those agreements, we do not in any way remove or attempt to remove the sovereign rights of individual nations, including ours, to have qualifications, to have checks and balances, and ultimately the right to say no to the investment. And some of those provisions will still remain in place, I accept that. The question is, why should we set up, under the title Invest New Zealand 2025, a real estate agency costing taxpayers $54 million a year to just go out and welcome in and incentivise people to come and buy New Zealand. Because that's what's happening. If there were provisions in this bill that had an assurance that the money coming in was either for greenfields investments or for additional productivity and for benefit, then I think we might take a different approach. But in fact, there are none of those qualifications in the legislation.
Madam Chair.
I call the Honourable Tamariki.
Kia ora. Look, the pejorative and scrambled messaging that's been conspired by the opposition is not just dank and dark and dank, but it's opaque and blank. Opaque and blank. The purpose of the bill is to establish Invest New Zealand to promote increased overseas investment into New Zealand and provide for Invest New Zealand's objective, functions and operation. It is entirely appropriate in this brunch and breakfast session in our esteemed House that the Invest New Zealand bill turn into the Invest New Zealand Act. Kia ora.
Lawrence Sunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think the Minister's response, but we understand what the purpose is because we had a discussion about this last night. But just following on from the previous speaker, the Honourable Damien O'Connor, who was the previous Trade Minister, and I think captured quite nicely, is we already have a number of one-stop shop agencies for this. What is unique about this particular one? But I want to go on to commencement date first, which is the 1st of July 2025. And I want to check with the Minister on whether we've heard from the Minister previously on some of the work that's been done potentially in the background. But I think what we haven't heard is succinctly, and to the question I was asked, was around the transition measures on whether they will be in time for the 1st of July, particularly from the perspective of collective agreements in terms of from the public service perspective. So that's my question in terms of commencement date, whether the 1st of July is feasible or we should be looking at pushing the 1st of July date out further. But just now coming to the title of the bill, I know that we talk about Invest New Zealand, but what we've heard from the Minister, and to be honest, we kind of ask every 3 questions that we ask, we get maybe 1 answered and the other 2 left unanswered. So, we still haven't heard on exactly what was the advice given from MFAT. We still haven't really heard exactly why the RIS and the budget had different amount allocated to Invest New Zealand. So we are really curious as to whether Invest New Zealand is actually the best name for this, because there seems to be a half-heartedness when it comes to this particular bill and this particular agency in terms of, and there's going to be a lot of confusion and, to the Minister's own words, opaqueness when it comes to the way that agency is going to be set up. So, but fundamentally, when we're looking at the title of this bill, Madam Chair, I wondered if the Minister then would consider, from all of the things we've discussed yesterday and the lack of reassurance we have received from the Minister that this indeed is something that is going to be good for New Zealanders and for New Zealand in general, we've heard things and we've heard more concerns and more questions than actual responses. And the previous speaker, Honourable Damien O'Connor, mentioned that this is essentially going to be a real estate agency that's going to sell off New Zealand bits at a time. So I wondered, Madam Chair, if a better title for this bill would be, rather than Invest New Zealand, but actually Divest New Zealand, because that's what fundamentally the concerns around this bill and this agency is going to be, is that we're actually no longer supporting New Zealand and entrepreneurship and also innovation, but instead expect overseas company carte blanche without any sort of precautions and provisions. We didn't hear anything around how they're going to ensure from a procedural perspective, from an operational perspective, that there is not going to be any sort of anti-competitive measures, anti-money laundering measures, or any of those things. Yes, I admit that they are part of domestic legislation, but the fact is, just because the law is in place doesn't mean that the agency is well equipped to ensure that they are followed. So I personally think that Divest New Zealand is a better term for us to use, but other ones, to be fair, if the minister thinks that Divest New Zealand is a little bit too on the nose and too similar to Invest New Zealand, we can look at things that change the title to Country for Sale, because that seems kind of appropriate as well, or even just selling New Zealand out. But Madam Chair, I think the other appropriate title when we're looking at the title of this, because again, although that we do see that it's in a departmental report around some of the advice that MB has undertaken in terms of our utility obligations, we're still not entirely convinced, particularly in light of some of our trade agreements, but also in light of some of the current trajectory that the government is going. But I think that, if we really want to signal to the world that we are a country that upholds indigenous rights, Invest Aotearoa would be a more appropriate title. So I would like to hear from the Minister whether the Minister will consider any of those titles and the change to Commitment State.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Tamariki.
There's been some lopsided and obtuse comments this morning, Madam Chair. And again, the cursory remarks about Māori interests from individuals who have probably been involved for about half a second in Māori development. Now, it was wonderful a couple of weeks ago to attend with the colleague from Hamilton East and others at the Ruakura development being led by Tainui Group Holdings, and a commitment by an international investor of nearly $1 billion into a tribally led land development on the eastern flank of Kirikiriroa in Hamilton. And yet today, Madam Chair, we hear that Māori are scared of doing this. This isn't good for our tamariki and mokopuna. Actually, iwi and Māori want to invest with capital. And to be fair, it doesn't matter what the colour of that capital is, as long as it's aligned with iwi and tribal development. Madam Chair, the agencies are ready to move forward, and I have full confidence in their commitment and enthusiasm and energy to enable this country to be fulfilling its co-investment potential.
Ruben Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's great to be able to continue this morning the debate around the Invest New Zealand bill, because last evening when we were discussing through committee stage aspects of the bill, it was good to see the commitment from the government parties to sticking around for as long as was required to go through one by one the various amendments that we had suggested to try and make this bill better, because there's a lot of concern around the House that there isn't the correct governance certainty and structure provided in the bill to give New Zealanders the certainty they deserve. So my suggestion when it comes to the title is that we really ought to be calling this bill what it is. And there was a discussion earlier in this part of the debate around the title. There was a comparison to people tuning in this morning like they would when we're playing a big game globally and New Zealanders want to tune in and watch that big game and see the result. The difference here is that when New Zealand as a nation tunes in to watch our teams compete on the world stage, the hope is that we will bring the cup, the prize, the win back to New Zealand. And what viewers are tuning in for this morning is to see the complete opposite of that. Because what viewers are tuning in for this morning is to see a bill that takes the cup, the prize, the trophy out of New Zealand. So with this bill, a win is actually a loss for New Zealanders, because the loss is that great IP, that great development, that great idea and work and innovation being taken away from New Zealand because the money didn't come from ourselves, it came externally. It's a little like having a garage sale. It's a little like having a garage sale. You have a garage full of goods. You open the door on a Saturday morning, people come along, they buy those items, and then you have a little bit of cash in your hand, but you also have an empty garage. So all of a sudden, all those things that you had in your garage that used to be yours are no longer yours because you've sold them off to whoever would pay whatever they would pay for it. So this is all leading to some suggestions here around actually calling this bill, titling this bill more honestly what it is. And so part of the discussion last night was around the minister suggesting that this bill needed to be fleet of foot, which I think there was consensus actually just meant slippery. And so a slippery bill like this needs a more honest title. Some of the title suggestions I have are, and I'm really looking forward to some calls from the other side with some of their suggested bill names too. Some of my suggested bill titles, and I'm really interested to hear the Minister's opinion on these. My question is really which of these the Minister thinks best fits the bill. So the first is to recycle a name that you've already paid for, which is Everyone Must Go Bill. And that was the tourism slogan. It was also the slogan that was repeated to the science sector as the $90 million worth of cuts were rolled out in this year's budget. Everyone must go is the message that this government sent to our brightest in the science sector. Another potential title is the Sell Out Our Future Invest New Zealand bill. Another is the Briscoe's Sale Invest New Zealand bill. Or the Failing Our Science Sector Investment bill. One of my favourites, and you'll need to listen carefully because I might need to explain it to you, members of the other side of the House, not you, Madam Chair. I'm sure you'll get this immediately. Sorry to bring you into the conversation. It's the Buy Invest New Zealand bill. And the important distinction here is that the first buy is spelled B-U-Y and the second buy is B-Y-E. The message is goodbye, but the message is also that it is simply a fire sale. But I'm going to use the Minister's own words and describe possibly the best title as being the lopsided Invest New Zealand bill, because that's what this is. It doesn't favour New Zealanders, it favours foreign multinationals.
Call the Honourable Tamariki.
Again, the inventiveness and foxiness in the vernacular that's been promoted by the opposition commentariat will not change the intentions and the commitment of this government to get the economy back on track and to ensure that we enable and expedite and accelerate co-investment not only with public and local providers but also with Māori and iwi developers. Well said. I will retire and allow the other minister to carry on.
Joseph Mooney.
I move the debate on this question now closed.
I think we've got room for one more tranche of ideas. I call the Honourable Julianne Genter.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. And I really am grateful for this opportunity to speak to some of my amendments on this part of the bill, because I think they do need possibly some explanation, particularly for the members opposite. In my second reading speech on this bill, I brought up Utopia, which is a satirical show. It takes place in Australia, and I feel like it just perfectly sums up the energy of this bill and this whole concept, because the government has already set up a one-stop shop for investment in infrastructure with NIFCO. I'm not sure if members are aware of that. That happened less than a year ago. And now we have yet another agency being set up at a cost of I think it's going to be about $50 million a year for the next few years to set up another one-stop shop to attract foreign investors into New Zealand. So, so I thought this is amazing, because it seems like this policy is really more about PR than it is about substantially addressing the issues with productivity in Aotearoa, New Zealand, particularly when we consider that the majority of the funding for Invest New Zealand is coming from Callaghan Innovation being wrapped up. And that was an agency that was actually driving research, employing scientists here in New Zealand, working with businesses, actually achieving genuine innovation. But this concept, Invest New Zealand, is we don't have the ability to invest in our own country. We have to rely on rich foreigners to come invest so that we can somehow get wealthier. But of course, those investors are going to require a return on their investment. Is that going to stay in New Zealand and benefit New Zealand? Realistically, no. So one of my tabled amendments last night was in Clause 1, title after Invest New Zealand, page 2, line 3, insert parentheses, utopia is a satire. It's not meant to be an example of how we actually govern and come up with things. My other amendment was a reference to yet another one-stop shop front for private investors to profiteer.
The interjections are not now directed at the member speaking, they're being directed across the House, so we'll just have a little bit more calm, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also had another tabled amendment. If the Minister didn't like the utopia as a satire reference, we have another option, which is Invest New Zealand, parentheses, yet another one-stop shop front for private investors to profiteer. And I think ultimately this bill just demonstrates, I think, the difference between having genuine ideas about how New Zealand can develop and be a prosperous nation that's looking after its environment, that's investing in its people, that's investing in its own infrastructure by having a fairer tax system, and instead the ideas of Prime Minister Christopher Luxon and this coalition government are simply to set up more agencies, multiple agencies directed at trying to get money from overseas, which is going to be looking for a return. So rather than really properly investing in New Zealand, it's going to be looking to draw profits out of New Zealand. And that is the fundamental difference, I think, between the concept of economic development between this, well, certainly for the Greens, who proposed an alternative budget and some very realistic costed policies that would actually support innovation, support green and industrial development here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, would support science. I know people who want to come back and work in New Zealand who have PhDs from some of the top science universities in the world, and they don't even feel they can come to New Zealand. They're having to go to Australia or other countries. And that's because we need, as a country, we need investment in public good science. Public good science, not just things that are already commercially viable. There's no need to put public money into things that are commercially viable, but we do need public money in public good science, and that has spillover benefits for everyone in the country. And if we look at other small economies, that's what they're doing. Yeah, like Singapore, like Denmark, like Ireland, they actually have substantially more public good investment. They may have done similar silly things. I mean, Ireland did, that's for sure. But actually, they have more progressive tax systems. They have more public investment. That creates jobs. That creates opportunities. And fundamentally, this bill, Invest New Zealand, is like a bad joke.
Brian Hamilton. The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
Party vote.
Party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National, 49 votes in favour. New Zealand Labour,
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand,
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand,
11 in favour.
New Zealand First,
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed to. The following tabled amendments are ruled out of order as not being an objective description of the bill. Dr. Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to Clause 1, replacing invest with divest. Steve Abel's tabled amendment to Clause 1, replacing Invest New Zealand with country for sale. Steve Abel's tabled amendment to Clause 1, replacing Invest New Zealand with foreign profits first. Scott Willis has tabled amendment to Clause 1, replacing Invest New Zealand with Selling New Zealand Out. Honourable Julianne Gent has tabled amendment to Clause 1, inserting Utopia is a satire. Honourable Julianne Gent has tabled amendment to Clause 1, inserting yet another one-stop shop front for private investors to profiteer. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to Clause 1 to change New Zealand to Aotearoa be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party votes called for a minute.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in support.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Clause 1 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. There was no votes against. The question is that Clause 2 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I will report this bill without amendment. Members, we now come to the Rates Rebate Amendment Bill. We start with Part 1, which is the debate on Clauses 4 to 6, amendments about Superguard cold income abatement threshold. The question is that Part 1 stand part.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to put some questions to the Minister around this particular bill. When this was spoken to in budget urgency, we indicated that we were supportive of this bill. However, we do have some questions and there may be some amendments that flow from that and an opportunity to try and make this bill a better one. So, in terms of Part 1, I want to address Clause 6. This is the clause that basically seeks to reference the status of a super gold card holder. And in it, Madam Chair, it specifically references the regulations that are contained in the Social Security regulations of 2018. Now, this in effect gives the definition as to what a card holder is described as, and also the definition of a super gold card. One of the interesting things is around the eligibility criteria, so that those who are able to effectively access the scheme, which will be a new opportunity for many New Zealanders, which is a good move for us to be considering and addressing this morning. But the clause references the regulations around eligibility. Now, there is a question around the time frame that would follow for someone to receive a super gold card in the post from when they actually apply. Now, the issue might be that for someone who becomes eligible for a super gold card towards the end of the rating year, there potentially is going to be a delay in them receiving the super gold card. So my question to the Minister is, there are two parts to this really. The first is the definition of a card holder, which is defined in the regulations, and what that actually means. Does it mean that someone who perhaps might be eligible towards the end of June, or if we think about now, someone on the 4th of June who might suddenly turn 65 and therefore become eligible for a super gold card, they have right through until the 30th of June before their eligibility runs out in terms of being able to access the scheme, but they don't hold a card at that particular point in time. Likewise, it could be someone who perhaps turns 65 on the 29th of June, yet they don't have a gold card, are in a physical possession of a gold card. So my question to the Minister is around the time frame through to the 30th of June and where that sits. but also how someone who is eligible to hold a gold card but may not physically be in possession of a gold card or be determined as a card holder under the regulations would still be able to access the rates rebate, because this is a rebate that is meant to, be available to anyone who effectively is 65, and therefore the age of 65 is the point at which eligibility kicks in. But the regulations are very specific in that it relates to a card holder being a person who holds a valid super gold card issued to that person. So the question is around that descriptor of holds a valid super gold card. Would it not be perhaps more appropriate to refer to the fact that they become eligible? So the point at which they would be eligible to access the scheme under the provision of the super gold card actually is not that they are a card holder as such, but perhaps they become eligible to hold a super gold card. So the whole point of this is not to try and cut out anyone who is eligible, or for us to be, as a parliament, tripped up on the strict definition of things associated with, the fact that you need to be a card holder or someone who holds a valid super gold card, but rather someone who is eligible, and how someone who might be eligible as of, say, the 28th of June, and therefore can access this, aren't prevented from doing so. And I know that some senior citizens are able to apply in advance of that, and they receive that and it becomes active on a certain day, but that would still provide a limitation perhaps to those that want to, for some reason get onto it on the day of their birthday or whatever it might be. So I'll just start with that question to the Minister.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Casey Costello.
I thank the member for the question. It's an important distinction, and I think it is, fundamentally I'm very glad that we're talking about the super gold card and ensuring people do apply for it as soon as they become eligible. I think for clarification, if the applicants apply before they have a super gold card, they will be assessed under the lower income abatement threshold. If they apply later in the year, they will be assessed under the higher income abatement threshold and receive the top up as available. So I think the process by which they apply, the timing, they are able to apply when they get the card, therefore they would be entitled to the full top up. So
Over here, in terms of why the REITs rebate was selected as the scheme that we're looking at. So those are, I guess, three questions. One of them is, two of the questions is around the supercard. One of them is around eligibility to super gold card, on whether we are looking at some sort of intention from the Minister on expanding the scope and eligibility criteria of the supercard holders. Second one is whether other card holder types were considered who are also in similar vulnerable situations. And thirdly, why rates rebate? And why not consider other forms of support for people over the age of 65, such as increasing the super, such as over 65s who are renting. We know that there's going to be increasing number of people who do not own their own homes over the age of 65 over the next decade. So it just seems like there's a missed opportunity there. So I'll be keen to hear from the Minister.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Casey Costello.
I'd first just run through a few questions. With regard to the measure success that the member Ingrid Leary was talking about, I think it's important to remember that this rates rebate is an existing system that's in place that we are enhancing. It's not a new system. I take on board the need to ensure that we have good measures in place. At this stage, the measure of uptake is one of the measures in terms of how successful this is in reaching the people that we're trying to assist. I don't think it's an end position, but at this point what we need to do is gather that data. So that's why the measure of uptake, because the gold card introduction is a new measure to be introduced, I think that's the important component we want to work through is ensuring that we are reaching the target demographic. And I think it would be important also to see an increase in the uptake of the gold card holders as well, because we want to promote those benefits that are available through the gold card. In terms of the members' questions about exploring eligibility for the gold card, there is no work underway at this point to change the eligibility of the super gold card. The other card holder types, I think you've got to be cognisant of the fact that for the rates rebate scheme, it's about an income threshold. So those that don't hold a gold card can still be eligible for the rates rebate under the other rates threshold, other income threshold. So other card holders would still may be available if they own a home, they're paying rates, and their income threshold is below the rebates income threshold. And why the rates rebate selected? Well, I might be bragging a wee bit, but it is a New Zealand First Coalition Agreement commitment to explore options to build on the local government rates rebate scheme for super gold card holders. So it is a delivery on the commitment of the Coalition Agreement.
I call Venetia Walters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have just quite a specific question, but I think it's an important one in terms of this bill, and that's in relation to the advice that the Minister received when creating what I would consider quite an extraordinary secondary legislation power. So looking at the existing Act at present, there's a power under Section 3 that allows the creation by order in council. So the Governor-General may amend the provisions of subsection 1, substituting any amount for any amount specified in that section. So what that means is that that can essentially be set, the cap can essentially, the threshold can essentially be set by order in council, including the maximum total. And so what this does, it retains that, but it allows an order of council resolution in terms of what the Governor-General can do just for super. That touches on the human rights discrimination provisions, so I would expect a Section 7 Bora vet to address the question of whether there's a reasonable limitation lever in the legislation or how this has been reasonably limited. Instead of having a reasonable limitation lever, it looks like we've gone the opposite way, in that the order in council also allows the total maximum to be set at any level. So a potential outcome could be that anyone who is not on a super gold card has a threshold at a much lower level than a super gold card member if at a later date by order in council those other two thresholds are changed. So the question is really around whether the Minister received any advice in terms of the engagement with the Bill of Rights Act, if so, what that advice was, and what in her view is the reasonable limitation being applied in this case. It is quite an unusual power to have in any legislation in terms of what we already have. It's known as a Henry VIII power because you're giving someone who's not within the legislature or making a decision as part of the legislature the explicit power to override legislation. So that's already quite rare. But what this change does is build on that, and it allows that decision to be made in prima facie breach of the Human Rights Act as well. So I do think it's important that this was an issue that's considered by the Minister, and I look forward to hearing her response.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Casey Costello.
I think I can allay concerns. In 2008, Cabinet agreed that the maximum rebate and income abatement threshold should be adjusted annually in line with movements to reflect inflation from the previous calendar year. Cabinet adjusts that rate by order in council. The extension into Section 3.1 will ensure that the additional threshold for super gold cardholders will also be able to adjust it annually in line with inflation through an order in council, similar to that process.
Lamorga Lydia Sassini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, look, I'm very pleased to make a short contribution. Yes, finally, thank you. And I appreciate the Minister's comments in the formation of this and the choice of the rates rebate. And I want to raise a couple of aspects in terms of, and I spoke about this to the Minister the last time when we were able to make a contribution, just around the engagement and the public consultation. Because we treat our seniors very much with care, because for some of them that have got very limited incomes, especially now in their retirement age, every dollar counts in their household. So this is a good system that we will be supporting. However, when I read the RIS Minister, I am really concerned on the limitations and the constraints of the analysis, because it says right here that Cabinet had a preferred policy and that the department were constrained in the analysis of risks and benefits. And one of the things of the system that when it does become available, because it has been chosen, it is being delivered on a political party promise, is that we want the maximum of our seniors in Aotearoa that are able to understand A, the system, B, the language, C, the assessment. And so I just have some questions to the Minister around the transparency and understanding. And it says here, Minister, that the department doesn't hold any demographic information. Why is that? Regarding rates, rebates, recipients. And when you don't have a baseline assessment, then someone's got to make up some information from somewhere with regards to our super gold card holders, because we want to ensure that the policy, when it is rolled out, and we're talking about 2 weeks, 1st of July 2025, which is really soon around the corner. And my concern is for those who don't understand the English language as well as they could, it's around the accessibility of our Māori, of our Pacific and our ethnic seniors, particularly when you've got a system that is going to assist their weekly bills. So I come back to the analysis. Why wasn't that done properly so that Cabinet, when deciding that they could have the intensity, the numbers, and just do a really good cost-benefit analysis? So whilst we are supporting, Madam Chair, I want to ask the Minister, the information that the department holds of our seniors is really important, because then you can get a really good idea around success rate and how well the system will be rolled out, and particularly the time frame. When the analysis is not presented by the department, why is that? And it has said very clearly in the RIS, there is a sensitive nature, so we get that. But it is important when systems are rolled out for the benefit of a particular group, particularly the seniors, it's important that you have baseline measurement for the uptake. And I've heard the Minister talk about uptake, which is really important because we want to see the success of this policy and of this initiative, which will be targeted to specific seniors in our population. So those are the points that I wanted to raise. And also, lastly, I do have a concern around the understanding of this policy to communities across Aotearoa where English is their second or third language. They're very particular about their households, the money that they receive weekly, because they have to rely on their children or their extended families. So, Minister, that's my plea, that when the system does come up, that the territorial local authorities, they need help in rolling the system out so that the system is effective, that it goes to the seniors that deserve it, that have worked hard all their lives, and that the rates rebates uptake is rolled out properly. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Celia Costello.
Celia Costello.
Oh, sorry. I went to school with Celia, sorry.
Madam Chair, I thank the member for her impassioned presentations on advocacy for our seniors. I would first of all highlight the fact that, again, this is an existing scheme that we're adding to, and the challenges that the collection of data, because age was not a component of eligibility under the previous rates rebate scheme. It was only income threshold, so it would have been inappropriate for the department to be gathering data about age when it wasn't relevant to the eligibility component of the rates rebate scheme as it was before. We will be collecting that data moving forward. I would also highlight that, and you've highlighted a really important issue, we do want as many people to take up this this opportunity, and so there has been a range of communications. We have specifically communicated with the council's Office for Seniors to send out communication, but I acknowledge the fact that sending this information doesn't necessarily mean it is uptaken. I know that there are a number of local constituent MPs who actually sit with their constituents and help them fill in the forms to assist it, and I'm sure you'd be the same, as to ensure that we reach as many people as possible. This is the reason why we're trying to do this. The Super Gold Card eligibility will also allow that information to be part of the Super Gold Card Hub information, and again directing that information to the other discounts will be available through the Super Gold Card holders would be useful as well, so that we can optimise those benefits. So yeah, the ability to analyse has been restricted because it wasn't a criteria for the rates rebate eligibility as it sat previously.
Celia Wade-Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a few questions for the Minister, and thank you for the hint that you might be going to ask me. I really wanted to start with a couple of questions about the focus for the rebates, and then move on to ask some wider questions about what options were and weren't thought about. I guess I'd like to start leading on from my colleague Lawrence Shunan about whether the Minister actually values seniors who don't own property, and whether she considers that a senior, whether single or a couple, whether she considers that in paying rent, are they not also paying rates, in that very few landlords would subsidise their tenants by paying the rates unless it came out of the rental income they received. I also looked at the question of timing, and the Minister just referred a moment ago to the coalition agreement. Now, the coalition agreement was November 2023. You must have well been doing a lot of work on this beforehand, but this comes to us with the regulatory impact statement, saying that in the time available and given the decisions taken by Cabinet, only one option has been assessed. So I just wonder, what was the Minister doing about this proposal, this amendment bill, in the time between November 2023 and the announcement in this budget that they were only able to look at one item? Then I would like to move to questions that would really depend on to what extent the Minister talked to the Minister of Local Government. Because to me this seems like we're putting a band-aid, and a band-aid only for a few people on the issue of unaffordable rates. Has the Minister talked to the Minister of Local Government, either current or previous, about some of the issues about the National Rates Postponement Scheme? I've got a list here from LGNZ about funding and financing tools, and they're in 3 tiers. One is ones that are on the government agenda, like congestion charging, potentially sharing GST, regional deals. Then there are some, like the Ratepayer Assistance Scheme, that the government has apparently shown interest in. And one of those is end unfunded rules and responsibilities imposed by central government. Well, I understand that through the budget, the bulk of the cost of this scheme will be from the taxpayer, but surely there is an administrative burden. And I wonder if the Minister or her colleague, the Minister of Local Government, has actually taken the time to consult with Aotearoa, the local government officials, LGNZ, or those councils that are part of the consortium for the rates postponement. That there's a group that do the rates postponement together. And in particular, going back to this list of potential support for local government, rather than kicking them, Tool 20 looks at having a national rates postponement scheme, because out of the 85 councils, I think only about 8 or so have a rates postponement scheme that may or may not be tied to financial hardship. There are a number of reasons why people might temporarily want to postpone rates. They go on to the title of the building in question, so that there's no, the other ratepayers are not disadvantaged by this, and whether there would be some mileage. Unfortunately, Tool 20 National Rates Postponement Scheme here is listed under Tier 3, the tools that councils want, but the current government doesn't have an interest in. And I wondered, this is quite a narrow bill for a group of people. It's a bit questionable about how many will be eligible in the end, but would this Minister take up the issue of National Rates Postponement Scheme as a rather broader way of solving some of these problems?
Ingrid Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to pick up on some of the points that have been made, but with different questions, actually. So, in terms of the point made by the previous speaker, I note that on page 4 of the regulatory impact statement, that the benefits of the Minister's preferred option are not necessarily likely to outweigh the costs. And what the RIS actually says is that given the short timeframes to consider the regulatory impact proposal, no assessment has been made. And then again at page 44 of the, point 44 of the RIS, page 15, given the short timeframes to consider the regulatory proposal and that Cabinet policy decisions have already been made, a full cost-benefit analysis has not been conducted. I also refer to the table, which is table 6, and this goes to the previous speaker's point. She talked about only one proposal having been looked at, but actually there were options that were ruled out immediately with no consideration, including delaying the implementation until the 1st of July, which I think would be eminently sensible given some of the issues that have been raised, and there are a number of other options there as well. And so it comes to the philosophical question, and I have heard the Minister say that this is around the coalition agreement, and it seems to me that there is a different philosophy from that side of the House, certainly from New Zealand First, that says that something that's in a coalition agreement supersedes all else. There is no need for policy development or a rigorous process, and I'd like to hear a little bit more about whether the Minister agrees with that. I guess that's an ideological difference, but if so, it would be good to have that on the record, because anybody in this place who is looking at policy normally would expect there to be a cost-benefit analysis at the minimum. So not only are we not seeing the CBACs, but there hasn't actually been done one done, and for the RIS to say that they can't even say whether the preferred option, whether the benefits are likely to outweigh the costs, is quite remarkable. So if the Minister is justifying that based on a philosophical proposition that coalition agreements made through politics, not through policy, supersede all else, then I think it would be good to have that on the record. I think the Auditor General and various other institutions of democracy would have commentary on that. Certainly they have before, when we look at things like the Gumboot Friday funding, which went through a non-contestable procurement process, $24 million, no contestability of the funds, very little analysis. Is the Minister suggesting that this kind of system is akin to that? And if so, it would be good to have that on the record. Also, you know, why could she not at least wait until July the 1st? This could have been an announcement outside of the budget that could have been done with a bit more rigour and then announced at a later date. So that is the option that was ruled out immediately with no analysis. There were other options as well, including a flat rebate to all Super Gold card holders. Why was that not considered? Also providing all Super Gold card holders with a 50% discount on rates up to $1,600, and detailed analysis of this option was not completed, but the manifesto commitments from New Zealand First estimated the cost of $1 to $1.2 billion. I'm really interested in that proposition because it looks like some initial costings were done, and it would be really good to hear from the Minister. Realise it's not ministerial work, but certainly some of the evidence that she has relied on previous decisions have come from alternative sources, and so if they have done some costings, it would be really good to hear about why they ruled that out. Was it purely a costing matter, or was it simply to do with the time and the quick time frames in which she had to deliver this policy? If so, and if the philosophical difference is that coalition agreements supersede everything, then again, having that on the record would be useful. There was also the option of raising the income abatement threshold for all ratepayers to $45,000. And that would have exceeded the amount budgeted for according to the reasons for rolling it out. But because we haven't seen a CBACs or any kind of process, it's difficult to understand why that was ruled out. And so elucidating on that would be very helpful. My last one is the last point on the table. So really trying to get a sense, Mr. Chair, from the Minister about the underlying philosophy and justification for this lack of process.
Mr. Chair.
Kamala Bellich. Oh, sorry, the Honourable Casey Costello.
Mr. Chair, I'll just go back to the previous commentary around the recognition of other financial needs, those that are reliant on a pension and renting. All of those factors are, there's a range of work, but it sits well outside of this piece of legislation, which was about providing some immediate relief in the rates rebate space. In terms of the consultation with local government, although there was no direct conversation with local government, LGNZ have posted a press release saying they support the changes to the scheme, which is encouraging. In terms of the discussion points broadly about the decisions being made around this rates rebate scheme and how we came to these conclusions, I would highlight yet again, this is an existing system that we knew was successful. We knew it was favourably received by seniors, that they had valued the system, and so therefore what we have introduced here is an opportunity to provide some immediate relief, and that deferring things and all of that thing seems counter to the discussion around wanting to give relief as soon as we can to those that are desperately in need, and this is targeting those that are completely reliant on superannuation as their sole income, and it is one tool in the toolbox to provide that rates rebate. So in terms of the commitment, this is a broad commitment to cost of living relief, not just purely a coalition agreement commitment around the rates rebate, but it was an opportunity to improve cost of living pressures. And this is one demographic and one tool that we've been able to deliver some immediate cost relief in some small way for those that are reliant on superannuation.
Mr. Chair.
Right, now just before I take the next, aware that this is a relatively small part. I'm aware that there hasn't been a select committee, but I will be looking for some fairly targeted presentations henceforth. Kamala Bellich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do have a question which I don't believe has been traversed at all, and that's in relation to Clause 4, which has a definition of cardholder in it. I was interested in looking at this particular definition, and I see that it refers back to the Social Security Regulations 2018, which I also have. And the definition in the Social Security Regulations suggests that cardholder is a person who holds a valid super gold card issued to that person, and then there's a definition in 283 of those regulations. And the question I have for the Minister is, at the moment, super gold cards are available to those people who are over 65 and over. And I'm aware that Minister's party, and indeed my party, have a commitment to that particular age of superannuation. But I am also aware that that is not a universally recognised position in this House. In fact, the largest party in Parliament has a policy position, and I've just checked their website to make sure that that is correct, of raising the retirement age to 67 by 2044. And there are many of us, myself included, who would be affected by that, and I'm sure many New Zealanders listening to this today who may be impacted by that. So I think it is prudent of this House to look, and I think the hope of all ministers when they put legislation which they feel will be beneficial to the country, which we on this side of, well, in the Labour Party, we agree is going to be beneficial to New Zealanders, to make sure that that legislation is sustainable over the long term. And I wanted to know, will this definition of someone who's entitled to a super gold card change with the superannuation, possible superannuation retirement age raising to 67 if the National Party was to have its policy implemented, meaning that those people who would currently be covered come 2044 may not be in a position to receive the benefits of a rates rebate under this scheme. So I think I'm not clear from what I've read, and I have looked into the regulations, as I've said, what the situation would be, but I think it would be really useful for the House if the Minister could clarify that, because I think, often we might think that 2044 is a long time away. However, when we look at some of the legislation that we have to change in this House, often it's to do with those future dates and issues with the legislation not foreseeing possible changes, that issues arise, and we need to make changes to that quickly. So I have had a quick look through the regulatory impact statement and the departmental disclosure documentation. I think this is something that could have been traversed at Select Committee, so I'm interested to hear what the Minister's view of that is in terms of the intersection of the retirement age, eligibility for super gold card, and those definitions then used in this rates rebate scheme in Clause 4.
Tom Rutherford.
And on this question now close.
Tangi Utikeri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to have a look at Clause 5. This relates to the actual figures that are contained in there. This is the clause, sir, that we haven't actually touched on yet, because it identifies what is the actual level of abatement when it comes to income. And I have a number of questions that relate specifically to this section, which actually is the guts of part 1, because we're talking about here what the actual threshold is, what's appropriate, the costings that are associated with that, the lack of analysis, what's contained in the RIS. So there are a number of questions related to this clause. And as for clause 6, which is yet to come, sir, there are a number of questions about what it is that the local authority has to actually take into consideration in discharging their duties. And there has not been any comments made around that. So there are a number of questions around that. But in relation to clause 5, this is effectively the two-tier approach, where the existing low-income abatement threshold is set. It would be at 32,210 at the new incoming year, and this bill seeks to basically insert the new level for a supercard holder, which is higher than that at 45,000, and it does basically cover on analysis a couple who are both in one household receiving New Zealand Super. It wouldn't actually give them much discretionary income over and above that to receive the full abatement level. So my question to the Minister is, what analysis was undertaken, what consultation was undertaken? Because these are the sorts of things that we would be exploring in Select Committee. We would be hearing from those that held a New Zealand Super Gold card or those that didn't, and what difference this would mean. Because this is a budget measure that has been slated as alleviating cost of living pressures. We accept that. That's why we support this. But why 45,000? Why not have it at a slightly higher level that acknowledges that there are some seniors in our community who perhaps undertake a little bit of work, all right, that generates a little bit of additional income, who would not be, under this proposal, able to effectively be eligible for the full abatement level. Now, I get that this is a reducing amount, so the more that someone earns in terms of the income levels, then the amount that the rebate that they're able to claim would reduce over time as that income increases. But my first question for the Minister is, was there any consideration around increasing the level so that it took into account discretionary income? It doesn't have to be huge amounts of money, but when we're looking at people in communities who are Super Gold card holders who would go about doing, even if it's 5 hours a week, some employment opportunity that they might do, this would make a huge difference in terms of their inability to be able to actually activate or achieve the full rebate. So that is the first question I have for the Minister. The other one is around the figures. Nobody has talked about what has been described as $154 million over 4 years. Now, how was that figure arrived at? Because the RIS, and it is good to see a RIS with this government bill, I have to say that, the RIS identifies that actually there is quite a level of uncertainty around the confidence that officials were able to provide with the figures, with the uptake, with the costs that this would be placed on councils, and we'll get to that later. But how was that $154 million figure arrived at? The other thing is there are a couple of figures floating around. One says 154, one says 155. What is the accurate figure here in terms of the appropriation that has been recorded or sought to be achieved by the government? This is something that has been in the pipeline, and considering that this was a National New Zealand First Coalition Agreement opportunity, why were these costings not done sooner to give certainty around how much it's going to cost? So really my question, two questions there, sir. One is the discretionary level of income and those thresholds, and whether there was some thought given to actually increasing it from the 45,000 to take account of that. And the second one is around that figure. What is it, 154 or 155? $1 million makes a difference in this budget. And how was that figure arrived at?
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
I sort of first calculate in terms of the levels being set and how much discretionary income you would allow in that system. Unfortunately, the allocation of limited government resources in the context of social policy is complex, and requires bright line tests to be set. Like there has to be some limitations on what we've done. So this has been based upon the foundation of a couple who are solely reliant on superannuation as their only source of income. That was the decision had to be made, and in the fiscal environment that we're in, it is important that we are accountable for those taxpayer dollars that we take off New Zealanders, and therefore we've set a threshold in that space. The other component I think the member has raised is around the certainty of the numbers. As I've previously stated, we didn't collect demographic information on the rates rebate scheme, so in terms of determining how many seniors were taking this up, it was not a calculation, it wasn't information that we had. We weren't asking people's ages so therefore determining how many superannuitants were taking up the rates rebate scheme meant that we had to make some decisions. What we did know was the approximation of 66,000 households that are solely reliant on, 66,000 that were solely reliant on superannuation as their income, and that is the estimate that's been driven. So yes, it's not an exact science, but that was how we've reached the conclusions that we've reached.
Ryan Hamilton.
I move the debate on this question now close.
Lawrence Zunan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank the Minister for answering the questions, my previous questions, so concisely, and it's really good to see the level of engagement from the Minister and also her level of expertise. I want to now, I spoke on Clause 4 and those questions be answered. I want to move on to Clause 5. I know the Minister before mentioned in terms of the variation, in terms of the threshold between one setting for super card holders and one setting for other ratepayers. So that has been clarified. But I want to check with the Minister. In the regulatory impact statement, it does state that the rate for superannuation card holders, I had it somewhere, was 47,000 for a couple. And this is on the basis that, as far as I remember from the original Rates Rebate Act, it is for in terms of a household, not for individuals. Would that be correct? So the $45,000 in terms of what we see in Clause 5, Subclause 2, new Section 1AA, 1AAA, that is not for an individual amount. Because one of the questions I have is whether the Minister then, in that case, considered, rather than looking at an individual household amount to an individual amount, because we know that in terms of the superannuation as well, there's been complications between considering it as a couple and considering it as an individual. So was that idea ever floated, in which case then potentially we're looking at, if we're looking at individuals, that original amount of 32,000 potentially might be sufficient as opposed to that, the higher amount. I also wanted to check, because the departmental the departmental report or the departmental statement doesn't actually specify any form of utility analysis has been done on this. And I appreciate what the Minister has said in terms of there hasn't been sufficient information, and I'm hoping that there is going to be better information that's going to be tracked as a result of this. Would the Minister be open to, as we are tracking this now with this legislation, that there might be adjustments in the future and balancing depending on what sort of the demographic data that we will be receiving as a result of this? So those are my questions for Clause 5. Now moving on to Clause 6, I'm really interested in the fact that for this clause, there are specific ones where the CE of the TA, of the territorial authorities, is not required to verify the statement about the following matters. But I really want to check with the Minister if the Minister would consider some of my amendments to include additional matters as a part of that list. Because it's interesting that there are things like ratepayers' income, other person occupancy of the property, and etc., which seems really reasonable. But what isn't there, and I think should be captured, and whether the minister would consider, are things like a person's relationship status, a person's immigration status, and things like a person's criminal conviction records. So I think those kind of the things are also important to capture if we are going to be looking at things that the CE have the mandate to authorize and not require those sort of things. And I think the additional amendments that I proposed are reasonable and are also in line with some of the other things that we see here. So I want to check with the minister if the minister would consider those amendments. Just because, since I have a little bit of time left, sorry, Mr. Chair, just going back to clause 5. One of the things that I did ask regarding the threshold is also just to ask the minister to consider the amendment paper that I put forward as well, which is to increase the threshold. The minister may not accept the one to increase the threshold for any other ratepayers, but to increase the threshold from $45,000 to $56,000 for a ratepayer who at the time of the ratepayer applies for the rebate is a super card holder. And I think that captures the higher threshold in terms of a couple having, as a couple, having a higher superannuation threshold of $47,000, unless, you know, there's a reason for keeping at 45, but also captures what the previous speaker, Tangi Witakiri as well, in terms of the fact that what happens if there are families who are just adding that additional income.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
In answer to the first part regarding the combined household income, if they weren't a couple or they were on their own, they would be well below the threshold and therefore fully apply to the full rebate. In terms of the suggestion that we gather more data, I think we've already discussed the fact that we want this process to be as accessible and as encouraging. I think it would be both administratively more difficult, but I think it would also be obstructive to the application process if we were asking such personal information about an applicant, and the data that is being recorded is the data by which we assess eligibility, and that's all we're interested in, and the Super Gold Card is one of those new eligibility components. The council to whom they submit the application does not review the accuracy of that information. They accept the information as an accurate account, and it is then evaluated so that the rebate can be forwarded. So I would be not considering of any additional requirements to add further information purely for the interests of data gathering.
Dan Bidwar.
I move the debate on this question now close.
The question is the debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed. Arana Williams tabled amendment to clause 4 to insert definitions of deserving citizen and deserving resident is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. Dr Lawrence Unan's tabled amendments to clause 4 regarding a community services card are out of order as being outside the scope of the bill. Dr Lawrence Unan's 10 remaining tabled amendments to clause 4 regarding other forms of card are also out of order as being outside of the scope of the bill. The question is that Dr Lawrence Unan's tabled amendment to clause 5.2 to replace 45,000 with 56,000 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it.
Noes have it.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Unan's tabled amendment to clause 5.2 to replace 32,210 with 56,000 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to clause 5.2 to insert new paragraph AA be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to clause 5 to insert new subclause 4 is out of order as being outside the scope of the bill. The question is that Aotearoa Williams' tabled amendment to clause 6 to insert unless they reasonably suspect that the statement is untrue or dishonest be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Ricardo Menendez Martins' tabled amendment to clause 6 to insert new paragraph E regarding the ratepayer's medical history be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Ricardo Menendez Martins' tabled amendment to clause 6 to insert new paragraph E regarding the ratepayer's criminal history be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Please conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Ricardo Menendez Martins' tabled amendment to clause 6 to insert new paragraph E regarding the ratepayer's immigration status be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to clause 6 to insert new paragraph E regarding the ratepayer's relationship status be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that part 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour. Opposed. 15 votes opposed.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 102, the noes are 15. The question is not agreed. Sorry, the question is agreed. Members, we come now to part 2. This is the debate on clauses 7 and 8, amendments about savings and the schedule. The question is that part 2 stand part.
Mr. Chair.
Ingrid Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that my colleague Tangi Utikere has some questions relating to this short part, mainly because it does have an impact on some of the things that we've not been able to cover in part 1. We did have a number of questions around costings and so on, but this schedule here, I really am just wanting to ask the Minister about the how she sees this being delivered in a way that's not going to be a postcode lottery through the transitional impact of it. And that is because when we look at the RIS, there are a number of risks that have been identified, particularly around territorial authorities' ability to be able to actually roll out the legislation. And there is a date here that, and it says, if it hasn't been enacted by July, then it won't come into effect, but it will be enacted by then. And therefore, we are now contingent upon territorial authorities having the equipment and ability to be able to roll this out effectively and in a way that doesn't make a difference, so that somebody in one part of the country is receiving the full benefit and somebody else may not, due to the territorial authorities' capacity to be able to deliver. And that was identified as a risk in the RIS, where they have said that there are 4 risks. The baseline measurement has been already referred to, but the capacity risk we have not touched on at all. And if I look at Clause 51 of the RIS, there's quite an extensive discussion about the ERMS being planned to be retired in 2026, which is only a year away due to security concerns, and that's to do with the Windows servers in places such as Christchurch City Council and Auckland City Council, where they have created software for their administrative staff to process applications in a way that's integrated, but not all councils are in that position. And so with a July 2025 implementation date, there's no time to create a new version of ERMS and allow for territorial authorities to amend their systems to integrate with it. And that is actually mentioned in Clause 54 of the RIS. It goes on to say building a system of this nature and testing it would take between 9 to 12 months and require additional funding. Council systems would also then need to be amended to reflect the new data fields and calculations at their cost. And I do note that as a result of that, the policy has only been able to partially meet the quality assurance. Now that is a concern, but it's even more of a concern with such an imminent date of July 1st when this is going to roll out, assuming that this legislation passes. So what we want to know is that there's going to be equity in terms of geographical equity. I note that Auckland Council and Christchurch Council have made steps to improve their systems. I don't know where Dunedin Council is in that picture, but as an electorate MP in Tairi, and also the Clutha Council, which is much smaller, probably has not had the opportunity to update its data systems. I want to know that the seniors in my electorate are not going to be unfairly disadvantaged due to the capacity constraints that have been clearly listed in the RIS as a risk for this policy. I'm going to truncate my contribution, Mr Chair, because I know that my colleague has quite pertinent questions and I'd like to see those ventilated, given that this is the only opportunity that we will get to discuss this.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And I want to just pick up on a couple of the issues that my colleague Ingrid Leary has referred to but not delved into. I thank you for leaving those to me. And this is in relation to Schedule 1. It's the transitional provisions that we are debating at the moment, sir. And this really touches on the operational component for local territorial authorities to be able to deliver things in a timely way. As Ms Leary has identified, there is a definite time frame by which this bill would be stood up. We'll get to the commencement date later. But in terms of those transitional provisions, in terms of eligibility being continued across through to the new council year, it is important. One of the concerns that has been expressed, though, is the inability for there to have been any consultation with local councils around what this would mean for them in terms of implementation. However, what the RIS does identify is that there were 5 councils who were engaged with to get their views. Now, those 5 councils have been identified in the RIS. They are Auckland, Christchurch, Tauranga, Manawatu and Clutha. My question to the Minister is, why those 5? Why were those 5 selected for some form of consultation? The specific elements of what that consultation looked like has not been divulged, so I'd like to know from the Minister why those 5 councils, why they were selected, what was the specific nature of the engagement with those 5 councils, and what were the specific issues that they rose in relation to the rollout of this particular proposal. Now, I understand that they may not have been perhaps specifically told about what the proposal might be, but what the RIS does sort of lend itself to or infer is that there was some inkling that this was going to happen. The Minister has talked about this being in the coalition agreement between her party and the National Party, so it's not as if this would not have been something that they were not able to foreshadow. But it is interesting that there were 5 councils that were selected. How were they selected? But I think more importantly, what some of those issues were that they touched on. Because what else is in the RIS, Mr Chair, is the acknowledgement that there would be some administrative costs that would have to be borne by the council for this. In some cases, the RIS identifies that councils could incur costs of up to $200,000. Now, if we all reflect on what $200,000 would mean in our local communities for councils to do, some would say in the bigger scheme of things it's just a little drop in the pot, but that is a significant amount of money. Is there confidence that the transition provisions are actually going to be delivered to avoid the geographical inequities that Ms Leary has referred to? This is very, very important. So I'd like to know about those complexities in terms of costs. All up, it's suggested from the RIS that it's $100 million all up. That infers that if some councils, I think it was 2, the Minister can correct me on that, might incur up to $200,000, that there would be a splattering of costs throughout the rest of the country for other authorities. From the Minister, I'd like to know, well, what do those sort of costs look like across, not just across the board, but for smaller councils? I mean, you know, there is a little bit of diversion between the 5 that have been referred to there in the RIS, although 2 of them might be quite similar. The other 3 are I think many members will accept our large metropolitan areas or councils in terms of the representation. So my question firstly around those 5 councils, they're the only ones that have had a chance to engage with officials on this particular issue or proposal, so I'd like to know about that. But we'd also like to know, sir, about the actual amounts that this would lead to for councils, and why has funding not been made available? In the bigger schemes, if this is $1 million, is this not yet another unfunded mandate that this government seems to want to
pass on to or hoist onto councils. Yes, we are supportive of the scheme, but we're also supportive of ensuring that councils have the tools to be able to deliver aspects for their community. And so those are the two questions that I'd like to start with the Minister.
Mr Chair.
The Honourable Casey Costello.
Just in terms of, and I thank the members for their questions in relation to the engagement with councils, as it's an important component, and we want them to be advocates of the system as well. So that in terms of the engagement in the RIS, it was, as you can see from the councils, it was the larger councils where there was some concern about the technical systems that they operate and whether they would be able to adopt it. That consultation has been ongoing and continues. Those councils have all, along with many others that have been consulted, have confirmed that they are happy, as the LGNZ has communicated in their press release, that they are happy that they are able to roll this out. So that initial engagement with the larger councils was based on that. Since then, the department has continued to engage, and the response has been very positive in regard to their capacity to deal with it. Again, I would highlight that this is an existing system that's already in place, that we were adding a broader threshold. So the issues were really around the numbers. And again, as I've mentioned previously, the ability for constituent MPs to offer support to their constituents in terms of assisting in filling out the forms and making the process as easy as possible, so that those who haven't taken advantage of this scheme can optimise it. The objective is, of course, to increase the number of people that are accessing the scheme, and we will do everything we can to broaden that understanding and appreciation of the process.
Dr. Lawrence Zunan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I really appreciate the Minister's response. I just want to check, the Minister mentioned that, it is an existing system, it's in the system. Can I just, one of the things for Schedule 1, Part 1, Clause 1, really stood out to me, which is as if the Rebate Amendment Act 2025 had not been enacted. These four are for rates with a year ending before 1st of July 2025. I want to check with the Minister, for those kind of rates, and then for them to go into the new year, i.e. starting from the 1st of July 2025, would the Minister know if the Council's internal system is able to easily make those adjustments from the perspective of rates postponement? So we previously mentioned that there are, my colleague Cillian Wade-Brown previously mentioned that of, about 80 or so councils, 8 of them actually allow currently rates postponement as it is. That includes Auckland Council, for example, or even Wellington Council, Wellington City Council. So for those people who are going to be applying for it and going to the new system, but then has traditionally been allowed to have rates postponement, does the then system allow the rates postponement adjustment to take over on the basis of what we see in Schedule 1 as of 1st of July 2025? I'm assuming that's an easily adjustable system if it's already been captured, but I'll be interested to hear from the Minister specifically on those who are currently on rates postponement. The second question then I have for the Minister is, the Minister also just mentioned that this is, again, something that you apply for. Let's say a person applied for it after it kicked off, this bill comes into effect. Will they then get retrospectivity to the fact that, they may apply it in September? We've heard that, yes, the bill will be activated, or will be active, and it will be coming into effect. People will apply for it, but at various times, will they then, their higher threshold be on the basis of when they applied or when this bill came to effect? I think those are the two questions I would really like to get some advice from the Minister on.
Ingrid Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pick up on a couple of things that the Minister has herself brought into the debate, and also just a supplementary question, which I'll start with first from the contribution from Lawrence Zunan. When he talked about the retrospectivity, I guess the supplementary question on that is, if there is some delay to the processing of the gold card at the council end, at the territorial authority end, that would seem to be very unfair to the ratepayer who would otherwise be entitled to that rebate. And I'm wondering if she has considered who should bear that cost. Would that be a government cost? Would the Territorial Authority perhaps have to pick it up? And if so, how can we be sure that that's going to happen? There is, I think, a regulatory, there is secondary legislation available, but if not, having this on the Hansard would be really helpful, so that if a ratepayer, for some reason, there is a problem with the equipment at the Territorial Authority, which we've already canvassed, and if the ratepayer is told that, and say in an email from the council, they can then present that to the council, and if the minister can just clarify who bears that cost, I think even having it on the Hansard would be really good in terms of making the case for that poor superannuitant who would find it incredibly stressful, but also rates are stressful. If they can then recoup that and say, well, actually, I applied on this date, and therefore, as a matter of sort of natural justice, I should be able to get the rebate, that would be very helpful. The further matter, though, that the Minister herself brought into the debate was something that just piqued my interest, because I understand it was made in a very sincere and genuine way, and as an electorate MP, I certainly would be wanting to help anybody coming to my office who would like to apply for a super gold card. But I'm wondering if that is an indication that the Minister is expecting MPs and other agencies to be sort of supporting the rollout of this, and then how is that going to work? She's just indicated that now, and you know, for list MPs who don't necessarily have a permanent base or are not known to be there at particular times, is she expecting list MPs to do that too? MPs have a huge workload, and normally, for those listening, where we try to help is where people have gone to a government agency and have fallen through the cracks. So it might be a matter of housing, it might be a health matter. Perhaps, for example, I've been helping a constituent recently who has been on a very long waiting list for hip replacements. It's costing taxpayers a huge amount of money for home care, and actually, although the squeaky wheel shouldn't get ahead on the list, with some further investigation and letters from an MP, we are able to step in and be that place of last resort to help constituents. But what I heard from the Minister was something quite different, which was an invitation, perhaps as a matter of course, to be helping constituents to fill out the paperwork for the Super Gold Card. Now, I've never done that. I'm not sure if my office have, and I know that my very adept staff would be able to support people to do that, and there's probably going to be a flurry of people now coming to the office to get that done, and I would welcome that, because we want them to get the benefit of the rates rebate. But it does seem unusual to me that the Minister would be suggesting that as a matter of course people would go to their office. And I'm thinking also about the contribution made earlier by my colleague Lamonga Lydia Sosene, who was talking about some of the barriers for our ethnic communities, some of whom English is not their first language. And if we as MPs are going to be helping to support the rollout of this, it could be really useful to have some additional translation material and paperwork available, perhaps some forms done in Samoan, for example. It is Samoan Language Week. That would be really helpful for those electorate MPs. And actually, given that we have te reo Māori as an official language, perhaps we could also have some paperwork in our offices for that. And certainly a lot of the people from Te Taitonga come to my electorate office because there isn't a permanent office anywhere, I think, in the South Island, given that that electorate stretches all the way up to Pōneke to Wellington. So if we're going to be serious about taking on this duty, which I'm happy to do, I don't know what it would entail work-wise, is the Minister seeing that as a matter of course, or is this something just more as a backstop? Keen to understand.
Mr Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Just in response to the members' questions regarding the Council's systems of managing postponement, the bill 1 won't affect that the postponement system that the member has talked about, and councillors have been advised, have advised that they can deliver on this work, so we don't have any concerns in that space at this time. And will there be a retrospective effect? No, we haven't considered that. No, there's no retrospectivity. It will come into effect from 1 July 2025 should the bill pass. In response to the member from Labor's questions about the processing, I think there's a misunderstanding of what I was talking about. I wasn't suggesting that members assist with gold card applications. What I referred to was earlier on that I know of constituent MPs who have assisted members in filling out their rates rebate applications. I'm not suggesting that is a compulsory, and I'm not suggesting that that needs to be done. There is systems and information in place. There will be further information continuing to be circulated by the Office of Seniors. Councils I know have been helpful in the process, so that is not at all the suggestion that I'm making. In terms of application dates, there was some concerns about processing applications and who would bear that cost and whether there'd be anybody penalised. I can assure you that the application date will determine the eligibility, regardless of whether there is any delay in processing. It's the application date that is the process by which the which starts the process. So how long it takes to process won't delay what won't affect what is paid out.
Tony Uzakiri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the Minister for that clarification. I think what I'm hearing from her is that it is the application date, but is there any discretion that relates to any other timeframes, particularly around when councils would be expected to have to undertake particular tasks? There is, for example, in the bill, the criteria around, well, not the criteria, the expectation that councils are not required to double check eligibility criteria. Obviously, if this is Schedule 1, the transitional sort of provisions, is that something that can still be dealt with regardless of when an application is received or not, or is there some thinking around that? I want to also just pick up on the Minister's point around her expectation that no, it wouldn't be list or constituency MPs who would be basically creating this backlog or taking on board this backlog of applications to assist with. And like Ms Leary, you know, we all have wonderful staff. I have wonderful staff in my electorate office that would very happily help anyone who comes and wants some assistance, whether it be for an application for a gold card, Minister, or whether it be that they wanted to access this this rebate scheme, either existingly under the lower income or threshold or with the new one. I think there is, though, still the outstanding question around where the costs fall, because the Minister has talked about, hasn't actually responded to the $1 million that is anticipated or expected as a cost that would currently fall on councils. Why is the government not making available the $100 million to meet the costs that would otherwise be going into communities all around the country? And yes, in some cases it's the $200,000 mark for larger councils, and the Minister has said that that's largely, I think, related to IT development or opportunities that exist within a local territorial authority. That is nonetheless a cost that is being borne by the councils. Why is the government not footing the bill to do that? The Minister also talked about, in response to my question to her, and I thank her for it, the fact that there is ongoing consultation with councils. Now, that is news to the committee, because we obviously saw that there was some level of engagement with the 5 named councils: Auckland, Christchurch, Tauranga, Clutha and Manawatu. The House or the committee was not aware that there was an ongoing level of consultation with, I assume, those 5 councils. So my question to the Minister is, what has, and it might just be that yes, they've agreed that it is acceptable for all 5 of those councils and they're able to roll it out and they believe they can absorb it, the costs or what have you, or no, there are 3 of them that have IT issues. What's not clear still though from the Minister is it just those 5 councils, or since this policy announcement, has there actually been a wider level of engagement with a wider level or range of councils outside of those 5 to reflect or in response to some of the transitional issues that might be faced that perhaps the minister or officials were not aware of, the government was not aware of, sir, when this was brought to their attention. So this is about the fact that, okay, all we know at the moment is 5 councils in this country have been involved in feedback around this. That's better than none, I accept that. But now we hear from the minister that there has been an ongoing level of consultation. Well, what is that? What does that look like? Has that been widened or not? And actually, as some of these issues have come to light, and given that this was introduced under budget urgency, there has been the passage of time and the benefit of time since then and now. So what is the level of consultation? What are some of the stuff that those councils have been raising? You know, we don't get an updated RIS. We can only rely on what the RIS is in front of us. But there may very well have been some issues, and they may all be positive. It would be great if they were positive in saying that we don't have an issue with this. But what are the issues that have been raised with the minister or with officials as part of this newly found ongoing consultation to ensure that with Schedule 1 that smooth transition through to councils around New Zealand is able to take place?
Mr Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
I think perhaps I'm not making myself particularly clear, but as I've said repeatedly, there has been ongoing communication with the councils. I think there's 57 of the 67 have been engaged with the council with webinars. They've been in LGNZ has sent out communication that they're supportive of it. Of the 5 councils that were mentioned in the RIS, they have again supported, come through this process and supported it. They are just 5 of the many councils that have been engaged with. They will continue to be supported through this process. In terms of that cost borne, around where that cost will sit, this is the quantifying what that cost might look like. Most of the councils submit these forms in a batch monthly. How they quantify that cost is I'm not quite sure, but in terms of that ready to roll out, all of the feedback that we've had from the councils is that they are generally supportive of the process. LGNZ has come out publicly and said they're supportive of the system, and at this stage we feel confident that they are ready to engage, and no further issues have been raised at this time.
Dana Kirkpatrick.
I move that debate on this question now close.
Lydia Susini.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, I want to follow the same line of questioning because I know, Mr Chair, that you're saying new points need to be raised. So I just want to go back to the line of questioning that has been following my colleagues. And I thank them for raising points in the part 2. And so the Minister has explained clearly that from her understanding that there are no issues. But I go back to the issues of those who are eligible to apply. There's an assumption that is made by the department that things will come right in terms of the rollout date, in terms of the eligibility of Super Gold Card, in terms of the understanding of who will be eligible and who will not be, because you've got to meet the threshold income. You've got to meet also the Super Gold Card. But I want to put on record very clearly that when the rollout does happen, because there's a lot of information that that we have asked questions on, what I want to stress is the importance of the public engagement of who will be eligible and at what point, because the department shows here in the RIS that without the cost-benefit analysis and with a new electronic rates management system, there are going to be some issues, Minister, with the rollout, particularly if only 5 territorial local authorities have had engagement and they have raised. But that doesn't speak for everyone. And so I go back to what I earlier said, Minister, in that those communities that will be eligible for a Super Gold Card, my question is around, will the applicants receive the same amount of engagement, have a very clear understanding that if they are eligible as Super Gold Card holders, at what point will they be eligible for rates rebates? Because this is really important. And I want to put on record and stress that those households that are eligible for the rates rebate scheme under the new system At what point those details need to be spelt out explicitly by the territorial local authorities, not just the 5 that have had engagement. What about everybody else? So if we're talking about fairness of a system for our seniors, I want to stress, my really quick question, Minister, is will the same level of public engagement, because an earlier comment was made by member Ingrid Leary, that there has been a small assumption that MPs, constituent MPs, and I come from South Auckland, there's a lot of diversity and there's a misunderstanding of officials. There's also, please don't assume that people can just rock up to a government office. They can't. There's a whole lot of things that come with approaching internal affairs or approaching MSD. You've got to go through a whole system. So what I want to ask Minister is, will the same amount of engagement, not just with officials when the system is rolled out, will that also be for the seniors? And I continue to stress that for Māori communities, for Pacific, for ethnic communities, English is not their first language. There needs to be a very clear system that when people can have the benefit of a rates rebate in their household because they've got very limited incomes, that they will get the same amount of attention and engagement and clear understanding of the language in terms of what they are eligible to. That's my question to the Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Mr Chair,
The Honourable Minister.
I will say it again, I'm not sure how many times I can repeat this, we have not just engaged with 5 councils. All 67 territorial authorities have received information through their ratings offices. Webinars with councils have engaged with 57 of those councils. We have sent out information through Grey Power, through the Office for Seniors. We will continue to work with mayors and chiefs executives. The information has been sent out. I will say it again, it is not just the 5 councils that have been receiving information. And my only suggestion, and I'm sorry that I've created alarm, is that constituent MPs may wish to assist this process. I'm not trying to overburden hard-working constituent MPs, but I am acknowledging the fact that you may wish to assist, but there is lots of tools and information available. We will continue to engage. There will be further information sent out, and again, the intention is to ensure the engagement and any suggestions to improve that engagement, I'm sure, will be welcomely received.
Mr. Chair. Dan Bidwell.
I move the debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti kore e whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is not agreed. Sorry, the question is agreed. There's been a few of these. Arana Williams tabled amendment to clause 7 to insert new section 2AB is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that part 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Ayes
Please
have it.
conduct a party vote.
New Zealand Labour. Oh, New Zealand National.
It's catching.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti kore e whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 102, the noes are 15. The question is agreed. The question is that part 2 stand part. Oh, sorry, I've done it. Come now to the schedule. The question is at the schedule stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Action New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 102, the noes are 15. The question is agreed. We now come to the debate on clauses 1 to 3, title and commencement and Principal Act. Tangi Utakiri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I won't make reference to clause 3. I think that's very clear as to the act that it seeks to amend. However, I do want to pose some questions to the Minister around clauses 1 that relate to title and clause 2 to commencement. One of the things that I think is really important, and we do hear this quite a lot in this House, is that the name of the bill that is making its way through the House should really truly reflect what the bill is actually about. And I accept, Sue, that sometimes that can be very difficult to achieve, particularly if there are competing aspects in a bill. That's not the case with this one. I mean, it is a very discrete change around eligibility for the rates rebate scheme. And so I have an amendment paper which would seek to change the name of this bill to, I think, actually call it exactly what it is. And that is the rates rebate bracket super gold card eligibility close bracket amendment act or bill currently. And I'd really encourage the Minister to consider the appropriateness of that. I think this is a bill that is purely around a change in eligibility for those that hold or possess a super gold card. And so anyone that's looking back at this would just look and say, okay, well, it's the Rates Rebate Amendment Act, and might think, well, without delving deeply into it and looking at the annotations that would follow in an Amendment Act as to what the changes were specifically about. Whereas calling it what it is, the Super Gold Card Eligibility Amendment Bill or Act, I think would go more than some way to identify exactly what this bill seeks to address, and that is to deliver eligibility for the scheme for holders of the Super Gold Card. So I'm interested in the Minister's thoughts on that. It is the only amendment paper that is in my name. I think it's a sensible one, but I'd be interested in the Minister whether she was open at this late stage, given also, though, that this was an amendment paper that was drafted under urgency and was tabled on the exact same day of urgency. Nonetheless, I still think that it does ring true. On commencement, we've had a lot of conversations in committee about the appropriateness of councils being able to deliver on this, and my question to the Minister on this clause is very simple. It's whether she has confidence that being able to have this bill, which will become an act, effectively come into force on the 1st of July, which is not too far away. My colleague Lamaunga Lydia Sosini had identified that. I wonder whether there are any concerns around the time pressures associated with this commencement, and whether there was. I get the point that the Minister will probably make, which will be that the government and Parliament will want this to come into force for the coming rates year. I get that, but is it such that it actually can't be delayed, albeit slightly beyond the 1st of July, to allow for councils to get their systems in place to deal with this? Now, the Minister has said that there appears to be some confidence that, councils like this idea, ratepayers will like this idea, we like this idea, but we want to make sure that it works. And so the question to the Minister is the level of confidence she has that having this bill effectively commence, or the Act as it will be known, commence in a matter of 2 and a bit weeks, is still an appropriate timeframe, particularly given that there are a number of overburdened administrative systems that councils around the country will have to contend with. You know, and it doesn't have to be smaller councils that will only fit this bill when it comes to some difficulty with systems. They are larger ones as well, and I think that lends itself to what the Minister has said around those councils that are looking at a $200,000 cost, which is not funded by this government. You know, that is an important distinction to make, yet another unfunded mandate that has been put onto councils around New Zealand. So is the 1 July date still appropriate, or would she be open to amending that so that it is somewhat, just slightly further out?
Dr. Lawrence Zunard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start with Clause 2 commencement date and then move on to Clause 1 title. In terms of the Clause 2 commencement date, now the previous speaker, Tangi Witikiri, mentioned in terms of some of the viability of the implementation date of the 1st of July, but I kind of want to hone in on the complementary order that is coming to force at the same time that's been named here in the commencement date, which is the rates rebate specified amount order 2025. Now, my understanding in terms of that particular order is this is where it comes into effect that for other ratepayers, we're increasing the threshold to $32,210 from $31,510, which is in that particular order, as well as the maximum rebate amount from $790 to $805. But what I'm curious about in this is, what does the Minister mean by immediately after? Is immediately after essentially should be interpreted as at the same time, like a few seconds after, or in quick successions? Like it's a new thing for commencement date that I have never seen previously in any of the other bills. So if it just means like a few seconds after, an hour after, it would be good to know, because I genuinely have never came across that term before. And then why, whether it would be easier just to say at the same time as. On to the title. I take note of what the previous speaker, Tangi Witikiri, mentioned in terms of his amendment bill, and I think his rationale is a really important one, where we're not, through this bill, we're not looking at a complete system change of rates rebate, but instead we're looking at some minor adjustments, and we are in support of Tangi Witikiri's amendment as well. But we also propose something else here, which is that it is best to look at it maybe from a super gold card holder perspective, or even simply a threshold adjustment, which is what we have here. So our proposal is to, after rates rebate, insert threshold adjustment in parentheses as part of this, just to again specify that this is looking at a very small portion of it. But Mr. Chair, we're just in the end, I was still a little bit puzzled, and we hear from the Minister that this came about as part of a coalition government agreement in terms of looking at adjustments to the rates rebate for citizens, for seniors over the age of 65. But what we haven't seen, and the Minister has continuously ruled things outside of the scope, but I think what we haven't heard in terms of this bill and in terms of the regulatory impact statement is how it benefits from more vulnerable communities and vulnerable seniors that other members, and particularly that other members from the Labour Party has mentioned consistently as barriers for access to either supercard or access to this. So I wondered if the Minister would consider other title amendments that actually, again, more accurately capture the fact that while this is something that is going to benefit, it's only going to benefit seniors who, to be honest, are eligible for rates rebate in the first place, who are only going to be homeowners or landlords, but does not consider people who rent, does not consider the broader spectrum of honestly, people over the age of 65 who are in more vulnerable situations. So I really think that there's a missed opportunity here. So I think whether the minister would then consider, raise rebate, great, but a missed opportunity amendment bill. So I'll be keen to hear from the minister in terms of my question on what is immediately after referred to in terms of the commencement date, and whether the minister would consider my titled amendments.
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Just to confirm, the 1st of July date is to the start of the new rates year. So as you know, the rates year is up to the 30th of June. So this is to come into effect from the start of the new rates year, immediately upon the start of the new rates year. And in reference to the title, I think it is a very small piece of legislation. It is amending the current rates rebate scheme, and I think the title is accurately reflects that.
Mr.
Chair?
Bidwar.
I move the debate on this question now close.
The question is, the debate on this question now closed. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
How can you say no when you didn't stand up?
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Action New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pote e whakahi.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that Tangi Utakiri's tabled amendment to clause 1 to insert super gold card eligibility be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct the party votes.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ono ngā pote e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to clause 1 to insert threshold adjustment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it.
Ayes have it.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
Casey was going to stay. Opposed? 11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ono ngā pote e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that clause 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Please conduct the party votes.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Really?
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ono ngā pote e whakahi.
The ayes are 102, the noes are 21. The question is agreed. The question is that clause 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Oranga poti e whakahi.
The ayes are 102, the noes are 21. The question is agreed. The question is that Clause 3 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Oranga poti e whakahi.
The ayes are 102, the noes are 21. The question is agreed. I'll report this bill without amendment presently. Members, we come now to the Employment Relations Pay Deductions for Partial Strikes Amendment Bill. We begin with the debate on Part 1, debate on Clauses 4 to 9, amendments to Principal Act and the Schedule. The question is that Part 1 stand part. The Honourable Jan Tinetti.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I just want to start by giving an indication of how I see this debate and what we will be doing in this side of the House around how we're going to frame our debate over the next wee while. First of all, it's well known that we absolutely oppose this piece of legislation, so I've got some very much for the Minister, some big picture umbrella questions around where her thinking was around this legislation, what led to this, the evidence that supported it, and then I've got some questions relating to individual clauses, and we have a number of amendments that we will or have tabled that will speak to those individual amendments as well that we are proposing. So on that, Mr Chair, I want to just set the scene a little bit in that going through the bill itself and going through the regulatory impact statement, it seems to me that as it says in the RIS, that the Minister has proposed this legislation change to, and it quotes, to restore the balance to collective bargaining situations. And in there it argued that employers are disadvantaged because they cannot make proportionate responses to partial strikes undertaken by employees during bargaining. What it fails, in my opinion, and the opinion of quite a number of people who work within this area, it fails to recognise the inherent imbalance between employees and employers in the industrial situation, and the fact that employees are inherently at a lesser of a situation in an industrial situation with that power imbalance. What this does is it takes away many of their rights and many of their abilities to be able to bring their position forward in that industrial situation, particularly when it gets to a point that there's a bit of an impasse. and the fact that they have nowhere to go other than full industrial strikes. And that was the reason why this was introduced in the first place, the partial strikes, so that it would alleviate the need to have the full-on strike and the full-on industrial action. So just going on from that, the RIS showed that there was no robust evidence on the effectiveness of the bill. Clear evidence of the impacts of these measures should be available, and they absolutely should be available, because these amendments have previously been enacted and then repealed. But the effectiveness of these proposals towards the Minister's aims has not been provided. So my first question to the Minister is, what evidence does she have, and not reckons, but evidence that this wouldn't impact or result in a more full-on industrial situation, because rights have been taken away from those particular employees and from those particular workers? So what evidence does show that? What evidence does she have that employers have been marginalised in this situation as well? Because I've been through, and as a previous minister, overseeing a couple of rather big industrial situations. At no point was it ever the case in either of those situations, and I'm talking about the firefighters and the teachers, were the employers marginalised in those situations at all, as has been said here in this rationale. So what evidence does she have that employers have been marginalised? So the two questions is both around evidence as far as her rationale for this bill being enacted in the way that it has been. Thank you.
Camilla Ballard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And here we are again at the committee stage discussing another bill brought by this minister that would take away rights of workers and put them in unfair situations. Unfortunately, no longer a surprise, as there appears to be a continued attack on the rights of workers, and this particular one is in relation to their right to take industrial action. This bill is a bill that allows employers to, for any action that might breach an employment agreement, deduct 10% of that worker's pay with impunity. And that does not protect those workers from not being paid the minimum wage, and it does not protect those workers for their employer unfairly deducting a larger amount of their wages than the proportion of work that they haven't done. And I think these are aspects of this bill which are inherently unfair, and there are amendments on the table which I look forward to asking the Minister about, because I think there is an opportunity here for her to look beyond the arbitrary punishment of working people in New Zealand and look to what is actually fair and reasonable legislation which will fulfil the purported aims as outlined in the introduction statement of this bill. And so I do have a number of amendments that I would like to discuss with her. The first one that I will discuss is in relation to Clause 5. This bill was originally repealed due to the fact that employers were using this in a way which was deemed to be unjustified and unfair in relation to the action taken by employees. That is the reason that this bill was repealed. That aspect was specifically in relation to something which will be put back into law under this particular piece of legislation, and that is allowing partial strikes to be considered for deductions of wages. And I have put in front of the Minister an amendment which will not get away from the inherent unfairness, I don't feel, of this bill, but will go some way to alleviating the extreme unfairness that was seen prior in the prior legislation, which was repealed, and would in fact improve this legislation to make it slightly more beneficial to all working New Zealanders. And that is specifically looking at the extreme unfairness and pettiness that had been in place where employers had looked to clothing that people were wearing, badges that people were wearing as part of a partial strike and industrial action, and had in fact deducted wages from those people, despite the fact, Madam Chair, that they had completed all of the tasks in their job description, all of the tasks in their employment agreement, and perhaps gone above and beyond in relation to their effective duties. Now, this could be something that the Minister could carve out. I implore her to do just that. It is not fair, Madam Chair, to just because someone wears a badge, and it has been noted with some irony, the particular predilection of that Minister's particular political party toward doing just that, or an item of clothing to state that that is therefore enough to deduct wages from an employee. The Minister could change this bill to specifically exclude technical breaches of employment contracts that might be associated with items of clothing or adornments like a badge or a brooch that state a political message. Now, I know my colleagues on the other side won't be taking a call on this, but I'm sure if they would say that that is fair enough because that might affect the business. Now, Madam Chair, this is something we can discuss later in relation to the public sector, but this doesn't just apply to private businesses. Right. This applies to every single worker in New Zealand, whether they're public-facing or not. And so that overall statement that just because it might, Madam Chair,
Camilla Bellich.
just because it might impact on the reputation of that business is not borne out by the fact that this particular bill goes so far as to allow any technical breach of an employment agreement, like wearing an item of clothing, to be considered a partial strike. So I don't think that that particular excuse holds water. I think that any reasonable person would not think that not adhering strictly to a uniform policy during a period of industrial action, wearing an item of clothing, should mean that you take home less wages. And Madam Chair, in this bill, as I've said before, there is a specific section that allows workers in New Zealand to be paid less than the minimum wage. This is for people that have done their job. What kind of country are we that we do not want workers who do their job, adult workers entitled to, at the bare minimum, the minimum wage, not to receive that simply from something that they wear? I think that is abhorrent. I think it is absolutely contrary to our values as a country, and I have a specific amendment around that which I will talk to later that would remove that particular item from the legislation. So my question to the Minister is, will she accept my amendment to insert in new clause 5 after section 82, insert in 82AA a new section C that states, despite B, this does not include actions such as wearing clothing or badges that are solely meant as a silent or visual protest while the employee otherwise conducts their normal performance of work as outlined in their employment agreement. I haven't put this up to waste the Minister's time. I have put this up because I think this is a well thought out, practical solution that would actually strengthen this piece of legislation and make sure that the worst situations of unfairness that we did see prior to when this was previously the law and then was repealed would not occur under this Minister's legislation. My colleague Jantinetti has specifically asked for the evidence that has been used in formulating this particular piece of legislation, and if the Minister has had evidence to suggest that there is some inherent issue with these very minor technical breaches of employment contracts that may constitute a partial strike, has she had any evidence to suggest that that is actually going to improve the lot of workers in New Zealand? I don't think she has, Madam Chair. I would be interested to know if she has, and I would be very interested to know if she would consider implementing my very pragmatic, very sensible carve-out that would improve the fairness of this legislation for all New Zealanders and get rid of what is a terrible, terrible injustice that we have. It's not just scaremongering, it actually happened under the prior legislation. So I genuinely want to know from the Minister, will she consider that amendment or a similarly worded amendment to the same effect? And if not, why not? And how does she justify that? And is that justification based on advice or evidence that she received? And if she has received that, what is it?
Honourable Brooke van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will respond to the contributions made so far. And through the contributions, I've been hearing about fairness, and that is at the heart of why this government is passing this legislation. It's about a rebalance of fairness across industrial action. At the moment, the status quo is that a response to partial strike or partial withdrawal of labour is that an employer can either suck up the costs and not do anything, or have a full strike. There is no balance in the middle about ensuring that the parties get back to the negotiating table, but there's also nothing in here about the fairness of the actions on others. And when we've been talking about what evidence there may be, over the last few years there have been a number of partial strikes, and I'll just list a couple. In 2024, hospital-based MRI and nuclear medicine technologists undertook partial strike action, including limits on the number of scans completed each day. This resulted in a reduction of around 50% of scans, delays in early cancer treatment, increasing in waiting lists, increased outsourcing costs, and required additional frontline staff to cover the striking workers' radiology work. So there is an inherent unfairness that the employer's response is either to accept this or to ask for a full withdrawal of labour. And the people who miss out are the Kiwis who are waiting for their cancer scans. The second point is in 2023, teachers undertook strike action, which was a partial strike refusing to teach certain year groups on different days. Seriously disrupted student learning and families who, in quite short notice sometimes, needed to find other places to have their kids for a day or had to give up work for a day to look after their children. And so there is an inherent unfairness that the response for the employer is either just to accept it or to ask for a full withdrawal of labour. And so this incentivises getting people back around the bargaining table, and not having to have a disproportionate response to the action of a partial strike. When it comes to the issue of whether or not items of clothing that Camilla Bellich has put forward in her amendment could be excluded, look, that's not something that the government will progress with. But I also want to put on record some of the concern where I think it's been borne out of, was that in 2017, some St John's ambulance officers took a partial strike action, which was that they had worn their union T-shirts, but the issue here was not that the concern was the union T-shirt. The concern was that they refused to wear a high-vis vest on top of the union T-shirt, which was something that the employer understandably wished to uphold in the employment contract because of the nature of the work that they're doing as St John's ambulance officers. And so you're right, it comes down to the health and safety of and the obligations of the employer to uphold that health and safety in the community. And so for that reason, I will not be supporting Camilla Bellich's amendment, but this actually does come down to the rebalancing of fairness for employees, yes, the right to strike, but for the right of the employer not just to have to accept it or ask for a full withdrawal of labour, which is disproportionate, but also for the fairness of the Kiwis who have been missing out on cancer treatments and schooling.
Ricardo Menendez-Marsh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had some questions in relationship to Clause 5 and the new Section 95A that's in Clause 6. But so parking aside the fact that this is a rubbish piece of legislation that will hurt our workers, I had some questions in relationship to unintended fiscal consequences that may arise as a result of the provisions in Clause 5. One of the reasons why I asked this is that in the Social Security Act, for example, there's a definition for strike, which in and of itself impacts people's eligibility to access, for example, job seeker support or other types of assistance. What we do have are provisions that allow, right now we have provisions that allow low-income workers who may be facing hardship to apply for things like hardship grants, special needs grants as they're called. But we don't have, while there is a definition in Clause 5 of the meaning of partial strike, it seems like the minister hasn't changed definitions in, for example, the Social Security Act to add partial strike to that in terms of the provisions of who can access assistance, which means that people who, the interpretation therefore that I'm getting is that based on the language in Clause 5, people who are undertaking partial strikes could, in theory, some of them, be able to access financial support from MSD if the deduction in pay puts them in hardship. Now, if that is to be the case, has the minister accounted for any unintended fiscal consequences that may arise from having a definition of partial strike in this bill, but not then, for example, translating that to the Social Security Act? Because what we could be seeing is people who have a pay deduction being put in hardship, particularly if we're talking about low-income workers, having to then access hardship assistance, facing rent arrears, and then having to ask for rent arrears, which is something that low-wage workers could access via MSD. So I just wanted to ask whether MSD was consulted around these potential unintended fiscal consequences that her bill may have as a result of people being put in hardship still being able to access assistance from work and income due to the language very specifically that is found in Clause 5 around partial strike, and then subsequently the new Section 95A, which allows for that amount to be variable. I think to me this is a really important consideration, right? Because if we take away all the discourse that the minister just presented around the notion of fairness, the real life impacts of this bill is that some people could actually be placed in hardship as a result of this. It could include, as Camilla Bellich and others have noted, changes in the attire that people wear, and that could result in, say, for example, lower pay. And so if the government hasn't accounted for potential fiscal impacts that particularly the provisions in Clause 5 and Part 1 may have, does she think that was responsible to not have consulted with MSD about the potential impacts and the sort of contradictions and definitions found in this bill versus the Social Security Act? There's no definition in the Social Security Act for partial strike. And the way that strike is defined in that act seems like it would not encompass everything that is in here. Does she think that is problematic? And if not, why not? And if she does have information about unintended fiscal consequences, would she be able to front up to the House and reveal what those are so that the general public understands what additional pressures may be put on MSD as a result of people needing assistance from them? Lastly, I did want to just seek clarification, and I think it would be good to put it in the Hansard about what happens to KiwiSaver contributions as a result of those pay deductions. Would those be affected or not? Because obviously that's been a feature in the budget and those changes. So I think it could just be useful for the Hansard, for the Minister to clarify to the House what happens in relationship to that. But to recap, yeah, I do think that the way that she's decided to add a definition of partial striking here, while perhaps not looking at how that is defined in other pieces of legislation, does feel like problematic, mostly because they'll have a fiscal consequence. And that fiscal consequence is real, and that's why we've been concerned in the House. What we've been concerned is the real fiscal consequences for low-wage workers that this bill is punching down on. So any clarification on unintended fiscal consequences as a result of the provisions in Clause 5 would be great, and any consultation that she may have had with MSD in relationship to this potentially being a gap that we've identified. Thank you.
Honourable Phil Twyford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it was clear to anyone listening to this debate that on this side of the House we consider this to be an odious bill rather than rebalancing employment relations. It's yet another example of tipping the balance in favour of employers and against undermining the rights of workers to collectively bargain for a fair share of the wealth that they generate. I wanted to add to the list of questions and for the Minister to consider the big contradiction that kind of lies at the heart of this bill that was kind of illuminated at Select Committee but not really properly explained or resolved. And that is what this means in terms of the place of the contract in employment relations, which of course is central to all of the way that we think about workplace relations, how we govern them. What this bill effectively allows is for people to have their pay deducted for abiding by the terms of their employment contract. Now, on the face of it, that seems bizarre, but that is in fact what this bill does. And I point people to Section 1 and Part 5 and new Section 82AA, which is essentially the definition of a partial strike, which includes a reduction in the employee's normal performance of work, normal output, or normal rate of work. Now, as everybody knows, an employment contract sets out and specifies the details of what an employee is required to do, rights and responsibilities. But in every example, I would argue, there is always kind of a range of kind of informal and flexible arrangements that develop between an employee and an employer. And it might be the understanding, for example, might not be in the contract, but it might be that in certain circumstances an employee will stay behind a bit later to help clean up after some event or some activity. It might be an understanding based on a quid pro quo with the employer that an employee may backstop another employee in the team when something needs to be done. It's not in the employment contract, but it's just one of those things that you do to make sure that the team works effectively and a workplace is efficiently run. The example that we talked about a lot in the Select Committee was teachers who coach sports teams. And that's a very common example. There wouldn't be a school in the country where teachers don't routinely do things that are outside the explicit terms of their employment agreement, but they do it out of a sense of pastoral care and commitment to the students and a desire to make sure that the school is successful and works well and provides a great environment for the students. But all of those little flexible kind of arrangements that develop in an employment relationship are arguably, I think, part of, would come to be seen to be the output, the normal output of an employee. But it appears under this bill that if someone stops coaching that sports team, they stop backstopping another employee, they stop staying back behind to help clean up after some kind of event, things that aren't in their employment agreement, but they could be considered to be part of the normal output, then that can be deemed and construed to be a partial strike. Is that right? Is that fair? Is it consistent? I think it's a total contradiction at the heart of this bill. And I invite the Minister to explain what is her thinking about this. Does she accept that it's a contradiction? And what about the practical consequences of doing this? What are employees going to do? Are they going to say, well, I'm going to stop doing all those things? So I would really like to hear some answers to that.
Dr. Lawrence Yunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start by focusing on Clause 5, the new Section 82AA around the definition of partial strike. Now, we have heard what the Minister said before in some of the examples, and I'll come to Minister's examples in a bit, but just picking up on Camilla Bellich's question around items of clothing, I really want to unpack the exact wording of the definition of partial strike, and I want to test a few scenarios with the Minister on the applicability of that definition and who that burden of proof then is on. So in terms of the definition of partial strike, under subsection A, it talks about perform some work. And in subsection B, it talks about break in terms of normal duties, normal performance and output, or break their employment agreement. Now, can I just check, if the employment agreement doesn't specify anything about items of clothing, is that a break of the employment agreement? And whose would be the determining factor on that? Would that be a mutual decision made by the employer and the employee, or that burden solely rests, or that decision making solely rests with the employer? Because under any good contractual agreement, I guess the benefit of the doubt and also the interpretation and any changes in interpretation rests on the party that did not draft the agreement in the first place. So would there then be more, I guess, caseload or challenges through the Employment Relations Authority on a matter of interpretation of the legislation? This, but also in terms of employees' agreement, employment agreement. I also wanted to check whether then, would this, considering that for a member or for an employee to perform, I guess, some, because we had this, I remember this possibly as part of the select committee stage when we were questioning one of the submitters, whether work to rule is considered a partial strike, because in some cases, work to rule has been interpreted as a partial strike. However, for a person to work to rule is not considered a partial strike under the definition of this. So if an employee was striking in a form of work to rule, and they're being slapped by this, would there then have probable cause for them to challenge that with the employment, with the ERA? That's my second question. My third question is, what data does the Minister have when it comes to that there being a genuine change, or what then would the employer need to produce to suggest that there's a genuine change in productivity? So in terms of regulatory impact statement, and the Minister has mentioned in terms of the instance with, let's say the instance with St. John and the instance with Health New Zealand, those are data that possibly we can track. But most of these sort of things possibly happen from, let's say, from a private sector. So what data does the Minister have genuinely from the private sector that partial strike has led to a reduction of productivity, which means a reduction of normal performance of work? Because if an employer cannot prove that there's a genuine reduction, rather than just saying, we think there's a reduction in productivity, how would that be upheld when things like this gets challenged? So that's my third question. My fourth question is around what the Minister has said in terms of the backlog and the Health New Zealand example. I reject the Minister's trivialization of why employees would conduct partial strike in the first place as a way of, you know what, in general, people don't do that for fun. People do that because of genuine fundamental issues that they cannot have agreement on with the employer, and that particularly reject the notion that the minister proposes of pitting patients and parents against teachers and health staff as a way of saying, oh, look, what about this? Because in a matter of fact, most people would agree that teachers and health staff and nurses should have the best workplace conditions possible. So I would just like to ask the minister to reflect on her example.
Madam Chair. Honourable Giantonetti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to ask a very quick question and then go on to the question around the amendment paper that I have in my name on that 82AA. And my first question is just in relationship to an answer that the Minister gave around the clothing that my colleague Camilla Bellich asked her and talked about whether considering that partial strikes are intended to include non-compliance with an employer's policies procedures that do not give rise to loss of productivity, and around the we talked about my colleague talked about the clothing side of things in that 82AA definition. I just want to ask, just as that question was being asked and the Minister was giving her answer and gave an example of St John, I wanted to ask whether she considered the likes of what FEN's industrial action, what the firefighters did with their industrial action with FEN's in 2022, I think it was, and when they used, yes, actually, Sam, that is when I was Minister, and I've already said that, so you weren't in the House when I said that, so just clarification that I've already mentioned it before. So you should keep up with the debate, maybe, would be really good.
It would be better if the member used full name and referred to the member not hearing it, not the member not being in the House.
Yeah, okay? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So what I wanted to ask about in that case is when they used they used their fire engines as a little bit of billboards to let the public know what their issues were, which was a very creative way of getting that out there as part of their industrial action. It's very similar to the uniform policy that the Minister answered before about St John. So does the Minister see something like that as being a partial strike? Because if that's the case, it seems to me that anything that is deemed to be a partial strike is taking away every single bit of industrial action that employers have open to them, in which case this isn't rebalancing, this is absolutely taking the balance well out of the employees' ability to be able to actually get their messages across. So I'd really like to know the answer to that one. But what I wanted to talk about, because my colleague Phil Twyford mentioned it, was that I have an amendment paper up around Clause 5, new section 82AA, and actually giving some definition around the normal performance, because I feel that that is a very generic term that can be misused by any employer and likely to be misused around that. And we talk about the work to rule, and my colleague talked about teachers and their ability to be able to take sports outside of their normal time. I really would like to know, does the Minister think that that is the same as a partial strike? So it's not in their employment contract, it's not in their employment agreement, I should say, that they take those things, but they have volunteered to do that, and as part of their industrial action they have then said, well, we're not going to go down the route of only having certain year groups or teaching certain year groups, but we are going to work to rule, we are going to keep to that employment agreement, and we will not be taking any extracurricular. Is that seen as a partial strike? And the reason that I ask that is because those roles are volunteer roles. I mean, I've done those myself. They're usually to the last person to put their hand up, or they are usually given to the youngest and newest teacher in the staff room to take those, because I have been one of those people, and I earned my stripes not to teach certain sports at certain times when I got a little bit older, but I think that would be very, very unfair if that was deemed to be a partial strike. So I have put an amendment in that would clarify that. I wonder if the Minister is open to that, but also does she think that that would constitute as a partial strike? So there were two questions there.
Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking to a number of the contributions, to the member Ricardo Menendez March, he asked specifically about interactions with the Social Security Act. The definition of strike in the Social Security Act connects to the definition of a strike in the sections of the Employment Relations Act. The definition of a partial strike in the bill must be a strike as per Section 81 of the Employment Relations Act. So a partial strike is a subset of a strike, and there is no need to change either of these acts. Ricardo Menendez March also asked about the Ministry of Social Development. They were consulted as part of the usual agency consultation ahead of taking the paper to Cabinet, but when it comes to specific fiscal consequences, there wasn't, I believe, a necessary need to try and model this in any way, because it's very difficult to know what will happen in the future. But there are some kind of fiscal implications that you can infer. For one, when we're rebalancing the ability for business owners to respond, this has an implication that the business owner doesn't have to either accept the full costs of the partial strike with a lowering of normal work, or go to a full withdrawal of labour and a complete withdrawal of that pay. So the next question then was, how does it impact KiwiSaver? The standard approach for how KiwiSaver applies when deduction is made to an employee's wage will apply as normal, and so there's no need to amend the KiwiSaver Act. Phil Twyford, as well as Jan Tinetti, raised the issue of teachers and extra duties. Whether an action is considered a partial strike will be quite case specific, but when it comes to relation to things like coaching, which was raised by both members, if the employment agreement explicitly includes coaching as part of the role, then refusing to coach would be a breach of that agreement and could be a partial strike. If coaching is not explicitly included but was considered to be part of the teacher's duties that they receive remuneration for, based on past practice and employment conversations, it may be that refusing to coach could be considered a breach of their employment agreement, or considered to reduce their normal output and therefore could be a partial strike. But I want to reiterate that this is very case specific, and I can't talk to any specifics of cases in the future that would be considered those. The next question then from Lawrence Yunan was, if the employment agreement does not require a uniform, once again that's very case specific, as some employment agreements might include a requirement to comply with the company's policies, so it could depend on what is covered by other company policies as part of that contract. The employer would determine if they consider that they can make a deduction, but if there is any disagreement, you can use dispute resolution available. And the previous answer I gave is also attached to Jan Tinetti's amendment. The government will not be supporting that.
Camilla Bellich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And while we're still on Clause 5, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank the Minister for her response to some of my earlier comments, and also ask some follow-up questions. And I also just wanted to spend a tiny bit of time looking at, as we are in Part 1 now, the reasoning in the departmental disclosure statement and the regulatory impact statement that have been used by the Minister in determining this course of action in relation to this bill. So the first thing I just wanted to follow up with the Minister is, in response to my question around my amendment that would prevent this bill being used, in my view, unfairly when people are simply wearing an item of clothing. She cited an example where she had noted health and safety requirements associated with that item of clothing, and I accept that that is correct in some instances, that there are items of clothing that need to be worn for health and safety reasons. Another example might be a helmet or protective wear. So a follow-up question to the Minister is, given that she has used that example as a justification as to why the government would not be considering an amendment of this nature, which I do think is a sensible amendment and would actually get around a lot of the fundamental overt unfairness that is being brought into the House by this bill, would she consider an amendment that disallowed deductions for items of clothing or other adornments that are worn, except where it is a requirement that particular items of clothing be worn for health and safety reasons? So I think that's a reasonable question, and would be something that I would be happy to amend my proposed amendment to allow that to happen, and I think that would be a really sensible way forward. I also wanted to ask the Minister, there is reference in the departmental disclosure statement for advice provided by the Ministry of Justice on this particular bill, and I haven't seen that advice, and I couldn't see that in the regulatory impact statement, and I wanted to ask her what that was. The other thing that I noted that was redacted in the regulatory impact statement was the international relations section. It was actually redacted for the reason of international relations, and I wanted to ask the Minister, given that redaction, given that we are now discussing this in committee stage, is she able to provide advice as to whether the proposals that she has outlined will undermine our international obligations under our fair trade agreements, notably our fair trade agreements with the UK and the EU, which specifically provide that there should not be a reduction in labour standards, and whether she has considered that. And I do have a point which I won't speak to now, but in relation to clause 6, which I do want to talk about in relation to comparable jurisdictions. But this is a separate point. This is about our international obligations that we do have, and also our obligations to the International Labour Organisation in relation to, which I understand is meeting at the moment. So I wanted to ask the Minister about that. The other thing I wanted to ask while we are still on clause 5, and it is related to my other questions, is whether she considered, we do have a definitional section in clause 5, which is what we're talking about at the moment. We have got the definition of partial strikes. We do have a lot of discussion around normal duties. Did she consider putting in a definition of normal duties? Because I think, Madam Chair, if she did put in a definition of normal duties that was more consistent with the minimum required to complete one's work, that would potentially get around the concerns around work to rule, which would be considered a partial strike under this Act. It would get around the concerns raised by my colleague Phil Twyford. So did she consider putting that in this? And just while I still am asking questions around this consultation, the Minister has, in the departmental disclosure statement and in the RIS, talked and mentioned public sector consultation. Was there any consultation with the private sector? I cannot see that from in this particular bill, and it is particularly pertinent, Madam Chair, because there are a lot of justifications which relate to the private sector. So I want to know that. Thank you.
Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just tick off a few more items. To Lawrence Yunnan, he had a question about the private sector and the impact of partial strikes there. Look, I have seen private sector partial strikes. This was apparent in the train operators in Wellington. It is also important to note that this is not actually a very radical bill. This is going back to the 2017 era, before Labor changed the law in 2018. Public sector productivity is important. Private sector productivity is important. but there are other jurisdictions around the world that have regimes for partial strikes, including Australia and the UK, countries that we quite often compare ourselves to. And so I see that as a response also to Camilla Bellich. Jan Tanetti had a question about firefighter strike action and billboards. That particular case that she's referenced would be very case specific and would depend on what the employee's agreement and company policies involve. Lawrence Yunan also asked about how would a disagreement of whether productivity and output has occurred or whether that's gone up, gone down, how would that be resolved? There is a dispute resolution process provided in the bill using usual employment processes like mediation and the authority.
Honourable Jenny Anderson.
Very much, Madam Chair. I have got a point I'd like to make in relation to the information made available in the regulatory impact statement and around clause 5. But I would just like to highlight, Madam Chair, that we on this side have been trying to ascertain how this is going to play out, and we've been given the Minister with some very specific different scenarios, and each time we have heard that's case specific. Well, that's the point. We would like to kind of understand, and workers of New Zealand would also like to understand how this is going to work and play out. And so the Minister's response to these questions by saying that's case specific, therefore not responding to them, is not an adequate answer for us on the side or for workers impacted by this legislation. So I would encourage the Minister to consult with officials and maybe be able to give some further consideration to some of the instances that this side of the House have offered to understand how the practicalities of this bill will have. And that will come back to the main problem we have is that the bill specifies that a partial strike can be defined as a reduction in the employee's normal performance of work, normal output of work, yet the bill allows for sanctions for actions undertaken as part of partial strike cannot be reasonably construed as impacting upon the workers. So when we look into the bill itself, Madam Chair, there is no explanation as to what this bill is aiming to achieve. What is the output? The Prime Minister's big on outputs. When I read the commentary of this bill, it simply repeals what was put in place under the Labor government in 2018 without stipulating is it increased productivity? Is it more jobs? Is it higher employment? What is the outcome that these changes make? Because when we look at the regulatory impact statement, the officials have stipulated that they have tried to identify data on the use of partial strikes and any correlation with the length of bargaining, but they state that there have been significant data limitations. So there is no analysis of what the solution that this Minister is providing via this legislation as to what the problem is. I would really love to hear from the Minister what is the problem that this legislation is responding to, because the officials themselves state we have concerns regarding the quality of data as it is self-reported by the employer and therefore reliant on employer accurately providing information regarding the strike. MB does not have any mechanisms under the legislation to compel employers to comply in reporting strikes to MB. In addition, prior to 2014, not all work stoppages were included in reporting. Work stoppages were only included in the report if they involved more than five person days of work lost. So I would like to understand on what analysis, on what evidence the Minister has concluded that this legislative change is required. That the problem in that is that the regulatory impact statement relies on absolutely nothing to put this forward. The regulatory impact statement lacks qualitative data in any way to support the recommended option that has been put forward via this legislation. And the lack of qualitative data to a limited extent, is just compensated through the use of qualitative evidence. And that has actually resulted in reliance on historical evidence, use of anecdotal evidence, and untested assumptions being made. There is absolutely no evidence that consultation has been undertaken in arriving in this course of action. And furthermore, Madam Chair, it raises real concerns as to how this legislation will impact workers in New Zealand. And I would like to acknowledge that my colleague Camilla Bellich pointed out the redacted sections and the regulatory impact statement regarding international obligations. And this is the second piece of legislation that this Minister has brought to the House, which could potentially breach our international obligations. And the previous one would be CEDAW with pay equity. So we have when we have our local laws.
Jenny Anderson.
Oh, I'm still. Can I still continue? Madam Chair, there is real concern with the general direction of workers' rights in this country when we are contravening international agreements. It is our domestic legislation that is being eroded to such a point that we now look to international human rights, international obligations to try and pull this government back into line with contravening which are very fundamental human rights. And so I believe, Madam Chair, it is absolutely unacceptable that the regulatory impact statement of this bill is simply redacted in relation to those international conventions for labour and workers' rights. This Minister has an obligation to tell all of those workers in New Zealand impacted by this bill whether or not she has received advice that has contravened their rights in terms of international agreements that we have signed up to as a country.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Madam Chair, I'll start with the contribution made by Ginny Anderson, in part because Ginny Anderson, my apologies, has been a minister before and will be well aware of the role of being a minister as opposed to being a lawyer. And I want to make it very clear that I'm not a lawyer, nor would anybody expect me to be, giving legal advice on specific cases. I am a minister. I'm not a member of the Employment Relations Authority. I'm not a member of the court. I don't have purview to look into individual employment agreements, individual company policies, to have an in-depth understanding of every collective agreement, whether or not every single action that could be underneath an individual or collective agreement, or the variety of different employer company policies across this country would interact with the partial strikes legislation. And it's odd to me that anyone would expect a minister who sets the laws to have that level of detail of every individual or collective agreement and every company policy, or to be providing legal advice. Now, the next question that she raised was the problem in regards to the bill. What are we actually trying to address? It's quite clear, it's in the purpose statement, it's been through the Select Committee. The purpose of the bill is to provide for a more effective and efficient bargaining environment where rights and consequences are more balanced and which minimises undue impact on consumers and the public. Camilla Bellich wanted to refer again to the high-vis example, and why not limit it to those cases? Well, look, this is a good illustration of how it's not possible to legislate for all circumstances, like I have referred to in my contribution to Ginny Anderson. I'm confident that allowing employers, employees and the employment institutions to make those judgments is the right approach. Camilla Bellich also asked about whether or not the bill complies with our international obligations. Look, the government has a range of international obligations, and I've taken these into account in my decision making. Camilla Bellich also asked what advice did I receive from Justice Ministry. The advice from Justice was the Bill of Rights vet that occurs for all bills. This is available on the Ministry of Justice website, and they concluded that it is consistent with the Bill of Rights Act. There was also a question from Camilla Balich about consultation with the private sector. Stakeholders from any walk of life had the opportunity to provide their views through the Select Committee process. There was also a question about whether I considered a definition of normal duties. No. What is considered normal duties, once again, is very case specific, and that would be far too detailed for this type of law. Lawrence Dunan also, a little while ago, asked about work to rule. There's a misconception that all work to rule measures will be affected by this change. Once again, this is case specific and depends on employee employment agreements.
I'm going to call Ricardo Menendez-March, but what I do want to say is we've been having some very full answers from the Minister and we've progressed a number of issues, and I'm listening for new questions. Thank you. Ricardo Menendez-March.
Appreciate it. So I just wanted to follow up on an answer that she gave in relationship to my question and just triple clarify, because the Minister spoke about how she had consulted, there was consultation with MSD in relationship to potential unintended fiscal consequences. I heard that the feedback that she received is there was no need to model. But if I look at the regulatory impact statement, if I look at the list of entities that were consulted, MSD is not named. There's nothing in the regulatory impact statement that actually talks about consultation with the Ministry of Social Development. So I just want to give the Minister a chance to clarify to the House where they actually consulted and what was the scope of the consultation with the Ministry of Social Development. Because I'm just surprised that she was able to tell us that apparently she, that to her recollection, that there was no need to model or those kind of potential consequences, or that it would be difficult to model those consequences around, for example, increased need for special needs grants, but it's not reflected in the rest. So was that just omitted? Did that consultation happen later on the line after the rest was produced, or when did that consultation happen? Because that takes me to clause 6 around the ability to, I guess, have some flexibility by the employer in terms of the level of pay deduction. One of the other areas that hasn't been touched upon is the interaction around that and the accommodation supplement, which I didn't touch on earlier. So, for example, when it comes to the calculations of the accommodation supplement, which we haven't raised before, I'm interested to know as to, for example, if there's an ongoing partial strike where there's an ongoing pay deduction, whether she expects, while I can accept that maybe if she did seek consultation with MSD that perhaps there is no modelling, but whether she's aware that this could result in an increase, or she may not have the exact number, of the accommodation supplement. This is because the way that that's modelled, it's due to an interaction between the base income with your rent. The accommodation supplement, therefore, the need for the accommodation supplement could be increased. And I guess I raise this in relation to clause 6, because I think that's the most appropriate way to raise it, is that I'm just really perplexed as to why if she is saying there was engagement with MSD, why don't we have that anywhere in the rest and the departmental report or anything else? So I just want to seek clarification from the Minister as to what was the extent of consultation with the Ministry of Social Development, and why is there no paper trail of an acknowledgement of that level of consultation. I wonder whether this is in the redacted stuff around the anecdotal pieces and the rest, but I would think that would not relate to the anecdotal components that were redacted in the regulatory impact statement. So if the Minister would like to point out exactly when and how she consulted with MSD and why that's not anywhere in the documents, that would be great. Now finally, also seeking clarification from the Minister, because she spoke about how Section 81 of the Employment Relations Act relates to the meaning of strike, but she's adding a completely new section called 82AA. That's a separate section, right? So I just want to once again triple seek clarification from the Minister that, and giving the opportunity to potentially clarify, because it's not it's a new section. It's not like 81A. She's adding Section 82, which means that the Social Security Act does not refer to Section 82. It only refers to Section 81 of the Employment Relations Act. So I just want to test out whether the Minister was correct in making the assumption that the definition of strike actually flows on to this new Section 82 AA that is being added in this bill. So just following on that, I acknowledge that she did engage with my initial questions, but it now opened up a whole raft of questions because there's nowhere here that we can see that there's been engagement with MSD, and I'm really concerned that we did not have access to that information if that did actually occur at some point during the legislative process. Thank you.
Camilla Bellich. Now, the member referred before to looking to some new questions, so that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I do believe we've traversed clause 5, and now I would like to move on to
I also am aware that this is we've got into a bit of urgency mode lately. This has had a select committee, so I'd like the questions to really hone in now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that guidance. I would just also would note that the substantive sections of this bill are in clause 6. So there's actually several, I think, these 2 pages and half of the other pages are on clause 6. So it is quite a big clause. I've got 2 amendments in clause 6, and I want to speak to the first one of those amendments now.
Yes.
If I may, Madam Chair.
You may.
So, and I think I have about 8 amendments, so I don't have as many as I would in urgency if that's the Madam Chair is concerned about that. So my second amendment, and this amendment is meant to address, again, it's made in good faith, and it is, I think, a sensible and reasonable suggestion that the Minister should consider in relation to this piece of legislation. And it talks to 95C, which looks at the way pay deductions are calculated. So I have suggested that the Minister look at a different way of implementing partial strikes through this amendment, and that is to use a proportionate approach based on the actual work that is not undertaken by the employee. Now, this is a really important point, Madam Chair, because in the regulatory impact statement, the MB officials provided the Minister with a number of different options in order to proceed with this legislation. And one of the options put to the Minister as a credible option, and that's what I'm suggesting today in the House, is to enable employers only to make a proportionate pay deduction for partial strikes. And I think that it's important to note that particular section as it relates to my amendment to clause 6, which is this particular option that the Minister didn't take, but I'm suggesting maybe she should revisit, is that she would be able to deduct, that employers would be able to deduct the amount that is proportionate to the amount of work not being performed. So the amount of work you don't do, you don't get paid for. That is actually the rhetoric that has surrounded this legislation. People shouldn't be paid for work that they don't do. This amendment and this option, had the Minister gone ahead with it, would actually implement that rhetoric into law much more fully than the legislation that we see before us. The regulatory impact statement states this could be considered a fairer approach for employees and employers, as the amount deducted would never be over the value of the work being performed. And notably, Madam Chair, this is the situation in 2 of the jurisdictions that the Minister has mentioned both today in relation to the UK and Select Committee in relation to Australia, that is undertaken in the UK and Australia. In the UK and Australia, they have a proportionate approach to partial strikes. What the Minister has determined to do in this instance, under this bill, is not to implement a proportionate approach. She has decided to implement an approach that would have one option of a proportionate approach or a second option of a blanket instant 10% reduction in wages. So my amendment to clause 6 would look to the advice of MB, look to our international partners and what they think is reasonable in relation to addressing a partial strike, look to general reasonableness and to, of course, why should you have a higher amount deducted from your wages? So, for example, if you only did a partial strike, 2% of your job, you would get a 10% reduction. That is what this allows. So my amendment is to change that, to delete 95C3 and to actually implement a proportionate system similar to Australia and to New Zealand. And just a further point while I have a call, Madam Speaker, the Minister said private businesses were able to submit through the Select Committee process. She should note that out of the 620 submissions the Select Committee received, 606 opposed the bill, and so that should be taken into account. If you're looking at what the Select Committee said, it was that this bill should be binned.
Right.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start with a response to Ricardo Menendez-March. Look, in repeating myself, look, MSD was consulted as part of the usual agency consultation ahead of taking my paper to Cabinet. I don't believe it was necessary to ask specifically about fiscal and financial consequences, so that's my view. He asked why the RIS then doesn't actually state that MSD was consulted. The RIS doesn't list which agencies were consulted, as it's not normal for a RIS to have that. The agencies that were consulted are listed in the Cabinet paper, which has been proactively released on MB's website and includes MSD. Camilla Balich was also asking about the ability to make a fixed deduction of 10% in relation to her tabled amendment. I'm not supporting her tabled amendment because removing the ability to make a fixed deduction of 10% would impact employers' ability to make a deduction in situations where it's difficult to calculate a proportionate pay deduction.
Madam Chair. Sam Uffindell. Oh, sorry, I've got a point. Oh, sorry, I've just got a point of order. Just a moment.
Madam Chair, the Minister just stated that it's not appropriate for the agencies who were consulted to be included in the regulatory impact statement. The regulatory impact statement states the Public Service Commission, the Ministry of Health, Health New Zealand and Ministry of Education were consulted. So I think that is incorrect and the Minister may want to reflect on that statement.
It is a debating point. I've just been advised, not a point of order. It's actually a debating point. Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
I've just consulted with my officials and they've told me I was correct.
Madam Chair,
Sam Uffindell.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I'm voting. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote has been called for. Would the clerk please conduct a party vote?
New Zealand National. 49 votes in favour. New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand. New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49, the ayes have it. The question is that the Minister's amendment to Part 1 set out on AP number 262 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed. The question is that Honourable Giantinetti's tabled amendment to Clause 5 to amend paragraph I of the definition of partial strike in new section 82AA by inserting the words as outlined in the employment agreement be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Jan Tinetti's tabled amendment to Clause 5 to amend paragraph A2 of the definition of partial strike in new section 82AA by inserting the words as outlined in the employment agreement be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
The ayes have it.
Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Jan Tinetti's tabled amendment to Clause 5 deleting paragraph A2 and the definition of partial strike set out in new section 82AA be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in support.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Jan Tinetti's tabled amendment to Clause 5, replacing paragraph B in the definition of partial strike set out in new section 82AA with words beginning with break their employment where it is a breach of contract and not a withdrawal of goodwill be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in support.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Camilla Bellich's tabled amendment to Clause 5, inserting new paragraph C into the definition partial strike relating to the wearing of clothing or badges be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour of the amendment.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Jan Tinetti's tabled amendment to Clause 6, inserting paragraph E into new section 95A2, preventing pay deductions for an employee earning minimum wage be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Yes. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in support of the amendment.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Honourable Giantinetti's tabled amendment to clause 6, replacing 95B3C1, is out of order as not being in the proper form of legislation. The question is that Honourable Giantinetti's tabled amendment to clause 6, inserting paragraph D into new section 95B3, requiring notices to specify a deduction amount, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Giantinetti's tabled amendment to clause 6, replacing subparagraph 2 of new section 95B3C, requiring at least 10 working days notice before a first deduction is made, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is being called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in support.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes against.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Giantinetti's tabled amendment to clause 6, replacing subparagraph 2 of new section 95B3C, requiring at least 15 working days notice before the first deduction is made, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in support.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Giantinetti's tabled amendment to clause 6, replacing subparagraph 2 of the new section 95B3C, requiring at least 20 working days notice before a first deduction is made, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in support.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Giantinetti's tabled amendment to clause 6, inserting subsection 5 into new section 95C, requiring an independent arbitrator to oversee deductions, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in support.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Camilla Bellich's tabled amendment to clause 6, deleting subsection 3 of new section 95C, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in support.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Jan Tinetti's tabled amendment to Clause 6, replacing subsection 3 of new section 95C, providing for employers, unions and individuals to apply to the Employment Relations Authority or Employment Court be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in support.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Camilla Bellich's tabled amendment to Clause 6, deleting new section 95D, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in support.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question that Honourable Jan Tinetti's tabled amendment to Clause 6, replacing subsections 1 and 2 of Section 95D with subsection 1, setting out that employers may only deduct pay to the minimum wage, be agreed to. All of those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in support.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Camilla Bellich's tabled amendment to Clause 7, inserting paragraph D into new section 103, relating to issues of unfairness in the granting of injunctions, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in support.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Part 1 stand part, all those, as amended, because there's a minute, yes, sorry. The question is that Part 1 as amended stand part, all those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed. Members, we come. A point of order. Glenn Bennett.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Just wanting your, wanting to seek some clarity from you in terms of your decision, and we understand that it is your decision to make in terms of closure motions. the challenge from the Labour Party members who were heavily engaged in this is that Section 6 is the meat of this legislation, and we spent more time on previous clauses, but Clause 6 actually is the real guts of what this is about. And so then in looking, so the other part was looking at the RIS. It also had officials saying that they had little time to prepare this, and so I guess being able to prosecute it in this space was something that we're frustrated about, and I guess wanted some understanding why you chose to close it.
I do understand the frustration, and there always will be more questions that need to be asked, but in a normal stage, how I based my judgment here was that there had been a select committee process. We did have a member that was a minister that was engaging and answering the questions, and I did feel that sometimes the questions need to hone in a bit more, and maybe we could have spent less time repetition on some questions and save some more time for others. So that's how I based my judgment. And I think in a select committee, a stage where we've had a select committee, there are opportunities to ask questions there as well.
And speaking to your clarity there, is in terms of, we did have a number of amendments. I know that there's not a rule that they all have to be addressed, but I know that particularly Camilla Bellich had indicated that she had, I think, at least 8 that she was going to speak to and didn't get to. And
I will say to that, you're correct in that not all amendments do need to be spoken to, but I would suggest that if members want to speak to their amendments, move quite quickly into that process of speaking to the amendments in a committee stage. Thank you.
You have to report progress.
Yes. Members, the time has come for me to report progress.
We didn't finish the voting. What did we?
Yeah.
Oh, we've done the whole thing. So we've done part one. We've done part
The House has resumed.
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, Mr. Speaker.
The committee has further considered the Invest New Zealand Bill and reports it without amendment. The committee has also considered the Rates Rebate Amendment Bill and reports it without amendment. The committee has also considered the Employment Relations Pay Deductions for Partial Strikes Amendment Bill and reports that it has made progress on the bill. Mr. Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Invest New Zealand Bill and the Rates Rebate Amendment Bill are set down for third reading next sitting day, and the Employment Relations Pay Deductions for Partial Strikes Amendment Bill is set down for further consideration next sitting day. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. today.